Hello everyone, I am Rex Red and this is EZ3DTV, and we are going to jump right into learning about categories and content, smart content management. That is what we do here. We talk about all kinds of awesome stuff that you can learn about, and it will help you in your DAZ studio endeavors, okay? So we're gonna take these off so I don't look stupid inside, and but they look cool, you know, for a while. So we got some music playing in the background. We've got a little bit of polka today to brighten up the intro of our tutorial today. So we are going to, without too much introduction, we're going to jump right into this. And I think might have gotten my camera fixed because I looked like really dull. And I just kind of added a filter to my camera. Let's see now if this works. I just want to take a look at our stream today and see what it looks like. I looked like really dull. I still look dull. And I just kind of added a filter to my camera. Let's see. But it's not too bad now. At least it's better. I just want to take a look at our stream today. Okay, so, and see what it's nice to hear my voice, like speaking just briefly in the past. So, okay. We've got this hairy slang and hairy Viking here. And I'm kind of working on him and seeing this is Manfred, okay? And as you can see, Manfred looks pretty cool. I don't think his hair is going to show up unless I render him. And let's go into rendering, and let's go at 2000. And let's click here and see what happens. Now, all right. And so no, his hair isn't showing up. I'm not sure why. It's something I have to work on. So that is not the concern today. He is not kind of the concern today. Would you like to cancel this render? Yes. What the concern is, I had to match his hair color. It looked completely off to his beard. And I think that came out okay. I'm getting pretty good at that. Just one moment. Okay, we are back. Now, I am in a very silent room. The room is very quiet. I don't have computer fans. I don't have a fan on right now, and it's a little tiny bit warm in here, but it's okay. I think I will survive this. Now, what I want to do, welcome. I think I have to go back here and select, I always forget to do this, my live chat. Okay, today I'm going to backtrack a little bit, okay? Now you remember all of these icons that I created and I have put up here, and they are part of something called visual menus, okay? Well, I have kind of discovered that there is a better way to do this in DAZ Studio, and it's free, okay? You don't have to buy visual menus to accept for a few things that make it kind of easier to do, okay? But I'm not even sure that that is the case, okay? So these two make it kind of easy because I can just click on this and put a figure in the scene, okay? Or I can just click on this and especially for scripts and assets, scripts and programs, and most use things that utilities, okay? So this is very helpful for that. But I'm going to show you another way to do it, and in a way, in a couple of ways, it's better, okay? And the reason why it's better is because, like, when I open this window, okay, I can't click on anything else, okay? And I'm not sure if there's a way to have the programmer come in and change the way this works so that I can say, oh, I forgot to click my figure, and I can click on my figure while this is open. Now, on the other hand, when I click on something and I go hair here, like maybe click on hair and say I'd like to give him different hair, and I say, oh, and so I have all this hair here, and I can say, oh, I forgot to select my figure, and it will allow me to select it while I have this open. Okay? So that is one problem with this menu, this asset, okay? This visual menus is because it's not a deal breaker. So you just close it and then you select your figure and you reopen it. But the amount of times that you will do that are in the thousands, okay? So you will always forget to select your figure, and you'll have the hair you want to use already selected out, and you'll go to put it on, and it doesn't go on because you don't have your figure selected. So, you know, welcome to the real world. Okay, I'm going to put this over here so I don't have that in the way. Yes, so I'm going to show you how to set this up. Now, what clued me in on this particular thing was I noticed down here there were categories. There were other things down below this default. See, I have this Genesis 9. This is your product default. So you go into products and you have this all products, and you know this is where you click and you go in and you select hair or you select scripts and all of these, and you have all of this content. It's smart content, okay? Anything listed here. So, but I have another category. It's, as you can see, it's Gen 9. Well, this, since it appears here in your smart content, then this inherits the smart content ability. So if now I have like all the hair, anything that has to do with hair, eyebrows, everything is all listed in this all hair category. But if I go into like brows, I have a special category, and I guess they're not showing here. But I'm going to show you how to do this stuff. Okay, and why these are showing here in browse, I'm not sure. But if I come down here into my Genesis, now this is in this content library. Down at the bottom, okay, is this. You have your DAZ Studio formats where you've put folders possibly here, and you have your My DAZ 3D library. Then your poser formats, and you also have the My DAZ 3D library. You might have other folders there, other runtimes. Okay, but down here in categories, I've always noticed this default thing, and I've thought, like, what the heck is this? You know, can I get rid of this? I don't want this here, all right? Well, people, this default is this default. It's all of your content, okay? Your Genesis. This is the stuff that you use to find in your smart content, which I use smart content a lot, okay? So this is all of your smart content. It's here which means technically you can come in here and edit these things and add things to them that aren't in them, so that when you go into your smart content, and if you go into this default, which what I would suggest is just leave the default the way it is, okay? Because this default category was created by the install manager. Okay, so we go into categories, and this default category, this is here because of the install manager, okay, that installed everything. It installed it and put things in here, okay? And so since they were created by the install manager, if you ever were to, if your library ever got corrupted and you had to redo your library and you reinstalled everything, it would create this hierarchy exactly the same way. So I do not suggest editing this. What I suggest is creating another library or as many other libraries as you want. And like, I can come here now and I can right click and create a subcategory, and I'm going to call this utilities. Okay. It's so tiny I can't read it, so I hope it actually says utilities. But now that I have this utilities category that I've created here, watch how awesome this is. Now when I come up here, let's hope it shows up. Default. We open that for a moment. I think it's thinking. And this is the beauty of this, okay? So it's not going to show up here. So what I have to do, and why this pompadour hair doesn't show up here, things like this are not showing up here. Okay, this is a Genesis 9. I mean, they're not showing up in any of my categories, okay? The sonic wave hair, just a few things, not that many. Like, just a handful of things aren't showing up right now. There's a possibility if I redo my database that I might get some things back, okay? Because, okay, this Peter HD isn't showing up. There's not very many. I mean, out of like tons and tons of things that I have here. Now, this isn't showing up. So what I'm going to do is I'm not going to worry about it because I know it will. So maybe it's not showing up because there's not anything in there. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to go into my utilities, okay, which would be down here. And you can't put, and I'm going to show you how really, really awesome this is. Because now with this, when I launch like this HDRI, there's no search bar. So I can't search through all these HDRIs. I just kind of have to go through and find the right one and click on it and then change the HDRI in the background, okay? There's no search, okay? And if you recall, and then there's this thing when you close it and you have to click it 4 and 5 times to close it, that kind of bugs me. And the fact that while that's open, I can't click on anything else. I can't click on the environment options, or I can't click on anything. I'm stuck with. Now, if I add a spotlight, my camera won't be so bright on him. Okay. We'll just kind of move the spotlight down. Okay, parameters here. Okay, so I am going to show you some really cool stuff with this, all right? And and suddenly, all of a sudden, these things don't really have the same allure that they had, okay? And actually, they're going to fall completely out of favor for me, because everything here that's up here, I can create down here, okay? And if I create them here, then they will be here, okay? And which, if I close this program down and reopen it, that utilities will be there. It maybe isn't showing up because I don't have anything in it yet, okay? So now if I go back here to products, okay, now I was here and I was in utilities. Let's add some stuff to it. So one of the big ones, okay, this HDR manager, okay, it's just, where do we start? Well, we start by, we would want the things that we have in my most used here. So if I open this one up, okay, so I'm going to just go through and restart this, okay, and not, now if I go to files and utilities, I'll see everything separately. And now this is wearables take off, okay, and wearables take off. Why are there two here? And put on. And this full, okay, so flexi keys, wearables. Okay, I'm going to pass on them right now. Let's do something that's a little bit easier to figure out. Okay, all right, this is Scene Optimizer. Okay, let's right-click and go to Categorize, okay? And I'm going to put this in Utilities, okay? Now, this is my PBR Skin Manager, okay? That's important. I'm going to right-click and Categorize, and I'm going to put that in Utilities, okay? And it's nice. It brings me right back to where I was working. And the XR installed first, okay, duff. So a lot of these are these utilities. I could just select the whole lot of them and just put them all in utilities, and that's what's nice, as they're searchable. Okay, this unpack and repack, I'm quite sure I'm going to show ecologies. Where's the hide? No, we don't want the manual right now. And the Light Pro Manager, I like that. I'm holding control. Ecology Engineer, okay, that's these. I'm not sure. Okay, Mask Builder, Height Map Generator. Okay, right click. Okay, Categorize. Add to Utilities, and I can organize them also the way I want them. You're going to see the magic of this, okay, and how important this is. Now, one of these in this mirror, okay, mirror. One of these swap, okay, this mirror, mirror. Which one of these is going to say like swap? Yeah, swap all, swap all, swap left and right legs. I'm not sure which one I use here. Trunk bones, swap, unlock bones. Let's add that to Utilities, accept, and let's go down through and find a few more. Okay, this is my PBR Skin Manager. Okay, that I think did take me back to the top. I'm not sure what happened there. But and here it is, Ultra Scenery Pro, Ultra Scatter Pro. We're going to categorize, add those. Very important. Now it did take me back to the top again, so it kind of sucks, but all right. We go back down through, and now I can search here. We have that special search, okay, brightness, so we'll type brightness. Brightness manager, so boom, I can right click, categorize. I use that a lot. Okay, there's also one lock. Lock. This one. Lock selected. Lock, unlock selected camera. Okay, categorize. This, accept. Let's go into this here and find some more. Okay, Alienator. So I just type alien. See, when you can search for things, Alienator Pro 2, and I want the set builder also. This, we want that, and categorize. You know, I don't think I'm like ever going to use Ultra Scenery again, because Ultra Scenery 2 is just so much better. Okay, so we have Alienator. What else is in here? So as you can see, I'm going to need to go through these masks. So this is the mask builder. So I need NB2. Okay, so I need mask. All right, this is my, it didn't find it. MB2. Now I think we're just going to search for, okay, this is it. We want both of these. Sometimes they're not in utilities, okay, so we're going to categorize, add them here. And then we're going to go mask, and we'll find that now. Builder. Let's see. All right, what's nice is we have this new search where I can put quotes around this, like that. And this will give me my mask builder too, see? See, and I'll be able to search these utilities as well, okay? Now when we go into here and select utilities, look what I have here, all right? And notice the size. Okay, art. I was watching Das Spiel des Todes. The Game of Death by Bruce Lee. Wow, in German of all things. He looks a bit like Tom Hanks in Castaway. Very nice. Very nice. I have some exciting new stuff I'm teaching. I'm going to turn this fan back on. I will be right back. Okay. Move my legs around a little bit. Okay. Okay, I'm not sure who went in and bought this program here, this visual menus, okay, so that you have all these visual menus, and who went crazy making all these visual menus. It took me like a week to go through and make all of these visual menus. But it was a learning experience. It helped me learn a lot of things. Okay, I have this unpack. But what I have found, now if I come up here, now look at this. You see, I have my utilities. If I get rid of Mask Builder, you see, I have them all here. Okay, now my Genesis 9, look what I have here. I have poses. And these poses that are in here, there are 8,000 of them, okay? As it doesn't look like I'm going through 8,000 poses, but I am actually, okay? And there are 8 that says 1 through 2,000 plus, and plus, so it's more than 2,000, okay? So but as you go through these poses here, and these are Genesis, every one of these 8,000 poses work with Genesis 9, like this one here. I've got my Genesis 9 figure, double click, and here we go. Okay, and see, they work really nice. Okay, this one. Okay, these are cowboy poses for our little Viking. Yeah, and so this, all of these poses, 8,000 poses, these are all my Genesis 8 poses. Look at this, see, but they all work with Genesis 9 because I converted them and I created a folder, and then I put that folder in my categories. You see this? They actually work. Now they're a little bit messed up in spots. You just kind of have to adjust them and make them work better. But these folders, these work, okay? And so, and what's nice is now, I have these folders here. Now, when I go through this, I can click on my other character and say, oh, you need a pose too. And this is still open. I don't lose my place, okay? Now with the poses up here, okay, which I've actually hidden now, but if I put them back, poses, all right, which are right here, I think. Okay, these poses, you see, if I don't have my, it won't let me click on anything else while that's open. That is a rub. Okay, that's something I don't really like about these, okay, is that it locks everything except this, okay? But yeah, I can, and when I go through the poses, I have to go through them like this, okay, each group, and there's no search up here. So I can't search through the poses and say, I just want somebody standing, you know, but if you do it this way and it's free, and it comes with, and I'm going to jump back, and I'm going, for your sake, Art, okay, I'm going to go back into what I kind of taught about in the beginning, all right? And that is that what I noticed up here, you see this? I'm in smart content, but okay, when I go to smart content, everybody knows about this default thing. You click on default. Wilson. I'm not sure who Wilson is, but it might be somebody this reminds you of. So we have this default here, okay? And this is where we go. Art makes a scene. Oh, we've got some kind of soccer ball, it looks like. Oh, Wilson's a company, is a sports company. Very nice. So this default category is where we go in and we find all our stuff. And you see, I never noticed, because all of a sudden I noticed like there was hair. I had other categories in here like hair and poses and eyes. And I said, where the heck did they come from? Why are they here, under here? And it kind of bothered me. I didn't want them here. But then I noticed, oh, those are, and then I clicked on them and I noticed, oh, those are all of my categories down here. So anything, if you create a new category here, all right, create a subcategory, and I'll call it like HDRI, all right? And then I come here and I go to my files and I go into this default or all files, all right? HDRI. And then I just click on this and go all the way to the bottom. Look how easy this is. And why all those other things are in there, I don't know, because I don't think they're HDRIs. And there's a ton of stuff in here, but I'm going to just show you how easy. Or you can just go through and pick the things you want, okay? And that's another way to do it. But I'm just going to show you how easy it is that you just right-click on all of these, categorize, and you put them in the HDRI, accept, okay? And then notice that now I have a new category here in my smart content called HDRI, and I can just go through now, and you see it's a window that I can still click on other things. See, I'm not locked, and I can search this and say night. Okay? And suddenly I have all of these night scenes, okay? This is what is so nice about this, okay? Is that we have this kind of, why this is so weird, I don't know. But this is pretty interesting. See, so, and you find things that I didn't even know I had these. And I can go like stars, okay? And it will search, or just star maybe. Okay, it's not finding anything there. And like what I can do is, now in this Genesis 9 folder, I did watch it many years ago, Art, with Tom Hanks and Helen Hunt. Yes, it was a very, very good film. Indeed it was. Yes, and I remember him in the end. He's like running down the beach, and he's being rescued, and it's a very amazingly acted scene. My favorite Tom Hanks movie by far is Money Pit, and I think it's Shelley Duvall. I'm not sure who is in that one, but she is. They are both hilarious in that movie. It's probably the best comedy I think work that I've ever seen in my life. It's just every moment of that film is funny. So I have to save this. This looks pretty cool right here. There's something really amazing about this. If I fix his feet a little bit. Yeah, so we're going to save this file. Save. And I'll do a Monfred 2 file. This is Monfred save as scene. If you haven't seen, I think it's Shelley Duvall. I'm not sure. But if you haven't seen Shelley Long, oh, that's Shelley Long. Okay, I'm not sure who was his wife, but she also played Carol Brady in like one of the Brady Bunch movies. She's like, Mike, and she was always going, but Mike. It was amazing. So we have these HDRIs now here, and right in our smart content. And what's really nice is that when I go into this Genesis 9 and I select like hair all, like I put every kind of hair that I have, everything. I put eyebrows, I put body hair. I searched through all my smart content, and I don't think it's all here. I don't think I've found it all. There are other categories and things that I can add into this so that all of my hair is here. I can then take this category and organize it and say Genesis 8 hair, Genesis 9 hair, female hair, male hair, and all of this hair all can have subcategories in it. But why do that when I can just select my Genesis 9 figure, filter by context, and suddenly this is all the Genesis 9 hair products and things that I can use with my figure, okay? And there's eyebrows, body hair, beards. But the thing is that why would you want to do that? Because you have auto fit. You can always auto fit other hair to your figures. So this area right here, this Genesis 9, and then I have, it says bows. I think I can rename that without losing it. That says bows. I don't think I'm looking for bows here. So we're looking for brows. Okay, so rename brows. And if I click accept, luckily I don't lose everything here. And these are some of the brows from my Genesis 9. But if I just go here and now this is the cool part, is I can go into and select default here and type, put quote here, I guess brows. But what I can do is select filter by context. Pacific Heights with Michael Keaton being a bad tenant. Vice, the Money Pit comedy, being a bad tenant. Michael Keaton. I can't quite put my can't remember Michael Keaton who he is, but he might have been in could have been in Money Pit. Now, so we have, okay, so what I do now is these are brows, and these brows will all work with Genesis 9, okay? So I can right click because I have filter by context, categorize. Michael Keaton, okay, of course. Yes, I saw that. That was a pretty violent film. Was it Bad Tenant or something Pacific Heights? Yeah, that was it. That's yes, the Beetlejuice actor. I remember him. I remember Michael Keaton now. Yeah, he played Batman. Yes. Categorize, and we go now Genesis 9, and these would be brows. Okay, they're also in hair, and they're in skin. Some of them are in skin because they're painted brows. So you want to kind of differentiate between, so you can have, say, skins which browse on and off like skins, so you can eventually like organize these even more, organize them down. Categories seem to have just completely obliterated the use of this whole thing, okay? Because number one, because there's no search in here. Like I said, like when I open this up, it's one page at a time, okay, kind of thing, and so I have to go through like pages and pages and pages of them. And what I can do, and then when I go to close them, there's that problem where I have to click it like 5 times to close it. And I can't click on anything else while that is open, and there is no search. So yes, Beetlejuice was a great movie, okay? That was a very good movie. I especially liked the female actress in that. I liked her, Winona Ryder, I think. I love Winona Ryder. She's just an amazing actress, and that's my opinion. So, and I especially like the Home Alone, the mother that was in that from Home Alone, and she and John Candy, but I like the mother that was in Beetlejuice. And that scene where they start, daylight come and I want to go home. And that was, hey-oh. Yeah. That was a very, very good thing. Very good. So this categories thing, okay, is very important because it now, like my shapes, okay, these are the shapes, and the way I got my shapes to come in, Ferris Bueller's Principle is in it too. I don't remember that Ferris Bueller too well. I'm generally not I'm not a sitcom kind of person. Like, I sort of stopped watching sitcoms back with Laverne and Shirley, and like Golden Girls. Like, I just kind of stopped because I have a problem with laugh tracks. They bother me, laugh tracks. It's like it's a constant noise that bothers my head. And I can handle them in small amounts. Ed Rooney. So that one doesn't ring a bell either. But I probably know who he is by face. So hair. Okay, so we are okay, so utilities. We have browse up here. Okay, that's why things aren't showing up, because I have browse selected. So these are HDRIs, but I have filter by context, played by Jeffrey Jones. Ah, very nice. So we change this to Twilight, and we have a bunch of HDRIs now. We can go down through, and the moon one, okay, these are moon. Backlight, where's the moon? There's the moon right there. See, this is amazing what I'm able to do, because I can get at my HDRIs so much easier now. And this is really nice. See, so and now, I don't think I've ever seen this HDRI before. You know, this is what I mean, is like when you've spent like $20,000 on items and you don't know how to find them. And so now these HDRIs, they're beautiful, but I always thought the clouds kind of looked fake. There's some kind of background that the clouds actually require some kind of background or something. I don't know. They're HDRIs, super HDRI skies. But there was just always been something kind of wrong with the clouds, because they're on like this black gray background. And so I don't know that I understand how these clouds work. Whether if I need to put some kind of not receiving enough video. I might have my video up too high here. Let's see if I'm Control Alternate Delete. Task Manager. Let's see what's happening on our broadcast. Performance. Ethernet. Okay, 32. All right, it seems to be doing good here. So maybe we can just lower our... If you go to environment, you can rotate them. Yes. Yeah, well, yes, you're right, so that I can put... but the thing is like the scene... If you notice how the background behind the clouds, it's like these clouds are expecting another kind of background. It's like these clouds are actually physical clouds. But what it doesn't do is it doesn't... Okay, now we're back to an excellent connection, so Let's cross our fingers. We shouldn't have any problem. It seems to be okay, but I'm not positive. Now we go to the environment options. You're right. Let's look at the parameters here and see. So we have the dome rotation here, and we can move them around. And we have the environment tint. But if I tint this, it's going to tint the clouds green. Yeah, see? But what tints like the background behind the clouds? You see, that's my question here. Is because it just looks gray. It's like, it's not very exciting. And also, it's a very low... I think this is just an old product, like comes from like the Bryce world, you know? And it's like really beautiful, but there's just something wrong with the way there's, you know, the ground is cool because you just put your own ground here. It's just like I'm seeing a lot of banding here in the sky, and it's not supposed to have banding. So, I mean, these are just some of the lower quality HDRIs that I have, okay? But what's really nice is that there's just so much. There are so many of these HDRIs that I didn't like really know that I had, okay? Now I've seen this one before, but this is just amazing. And I've seen these are the sulfur ones. So what I will do is find them. I can go into my content library and go into DAZ Studio and my DAZ 3D library, and they've got to be, every HDRI that I've purchased has got to be in here, okay? And so I can just come into them, and if we find like one of these HDRIs, let's go to one of these that I know will be in the like regular areas, like these, okay? I know these, this right here. So we'll go to Browse to File Location. Okay, this is in Lights and Presets, Orcaster, HDR, okay? So what we do is we go and it's copy my DAZ 3D library, Lights. Okay, let's open Notepad, so I have it right here. Notepad, let's drag this over to this monitor. Tone mapper is usually in front of everything. It's usually not. It's like a layer in front of your scene. It's not usually behind. So I tend to think that what you can do is just bring this into Photoshop, bring those HDRIs. Photoshop will allow you to load an HDRI as an HDRI. It's aware that it's an HDRI. It will let you edit it, and then it will let you save it as an HDRI. That is another thing that is very awesome about Photoshop. So now I can go here into here we go. It was, let's open this up, and it's my dad light presets. Okay, so we're looking for something here that says light, LM light presets. Okay, and this is probably where we're going to find a ton. Iray HDR output environments. Okay, there's one here. Backgrounds, cameras. Okay, so if I don't have these in my categories, they are now. Okay, so I just put this into HDRI. Okay, and they weren't there. Okay, and that Colm Jackson. Okay, so in why it decided to take me out of light presets, I'm not sure, but we're back again. Beautiful neutrals, okay. Lights, environment settings, lights, okay. Scenes, cameras, okay. So there aren't beautiful skin, okay. Beautiful lights. Okay, so there are HDRIs in here. Okay, and those ones that I just put in there were not in there. Okay, look at this. 12K HDR maps, village ruins. Okay, so we select all, right click, categorize, and it says they're there, but I'll add them anyway. And what I don't like is it kind of changes where I'm at. 16K HDRI, Serene Lake. Let's see, select all. Okay, categorize. See, these are not there, but now they are. Okay. And so we can go in here and we can find every HDRI here on it that's been installed on our lonely roads. Okay, let's see what this is. Oh, it's a set. Okay. This one says render. Iray preset. Okay, that's a render setting. Okay, I think those are like sun and moon kind of things. Okay, this looks like an HDRI. Let's see what it is. Let's bring up our information here. It says preset duff. Well, that's my limited capacity of thought on this subject. Perhaps a control. Yeah, see, I think you would have to take them into Photoshop. Okay, so we're going to, okay, after rain. Let's see what this is. Okay, these are kind of cool. I don't think they're HDRs. And this is puddles. I wonder what that does. Well, it's not too spectacular, but it's kind of cool. It maybe needs a ground there. Yeah, these are nice. So we can add them, okay? Why not? All right, so add them, categorize, add to HDRI, and what I can do is later go and organize them, okay? After rain, select all, right-click, categorize, HDRI, accept. See, so this is what's really cool. Okay, now I haven't started from the top. Okay, Aeon Soul. Okay, Age of Armor. Ambient. Okay, these are things. So what it does, this really unifies, you know, it's like I keep saying to myself how amazed. Now look at these. Night times. Requires an item within the scene to be selected. Okay, so these are night background shaders, so we'd have to put these on a plane. Let's try it. Plane, the plane. All right, and we go like this. We bring this up like that. Parameters 90 degrees. And then we're going to turn this so we have our scene in the right direction. Okay, front, we'll just click front. And then we'll turn this plane like this. We got to turn this plane around. And rotate would be, what, I think 50 degrees. 50. I don't think that's right. I think it would be 90. Okay, that is right. Okay, Z to send it back. Okay, we don't need it. Well, we do need it actually back quite a ways, or it's going to light everything. Okay, scale it. Serenity's Gate. We are, I am glad you are here as well. Today, I'm backtracking, okay? And what's happened is, okay, we're going to scale this X. Oh, that's weird. Okay, I've got my plane kind of in a weird, I think I'm going to have to rotate it. Okay, but these, I lost my status bar, LOL, trying to find it. Your status bar, is that down here in the bottom, way in the bottom? Or this little thing, you click this little thing and it shows tips. I'm not sure what you mean by status bar. And that you can also right click up here. Yeah, status bar. Okay, you right click up in the tippy top and it says status bar. See, it goes away. Or you right click again and it comes back. That's your status bar in the bottom. Okay, so we're going to go back to content. Now we have a plane. We can put this on the plane maybe. Well, it's not doing it. Maybe it's on the other side of it. Nope. Okay. It may be expecting a particular object for them to go onto, but I've messed with this enough. Okay. Okay, shaders, maybe. Okay, shaders, maybe we have to add it this way, like base color. All right. I'm glad I could help. What today is about me backtracking and saying this whole visual menus has become sort of obsolete. Okay? So I am phasing this out because I have found that, do you ever render in 3DL as a, no, never. And also Octane, I never use Octane. I found out that Octane just kind of, it copied every single shader and texture and put them in folders and then like quadrupled the amount of items I needed in my scene. It really messed up DAZ. My advice is never try to install Octane. And the 3DL just doesn't look as good. It doesn't have dual lobe textures. It doesn't have Omni textures. It doesn't have PBR. It does actually have some PBR textures. I think that's exactly what. But they're just I don't mess with it because, Iray works. If you're backtracking a bit, I tried the skin converter, but all I get is a plastic marshmallow LOL converting 8.1 to 9. Okay, the skin converter comes with a gloss app where you open it up and it allows you to change the roughness of the skin, because it kind of has to guess. And the thing is that my advice, okay, is don't convert skins. Just use Genesis 9 skins, okay? Unless there's a particular skin that is like for a reptile or, vampire skin or something that Genesis 9 doesn't offer, like a very strange kind of skin. Yep, I just learned that on my Militia Outpost 3DL version. I had to crash it to stop it rendering. Yeah, I don't mess with 3D that much, like ever. And I convert all of my 3D light when I put something in the scene. I always look to see if it has like the MDL, whether if it has like a base texture or whether if it has like the diffuse and ambient and all of those. And if it doesn't have the base texture, I go, and that's another one. So we're going to go here. And we're going to go to, see, I don't think that worked, so this plane, we'll just get rid of the plane. The plane. Let's delete the plane. Okay, and so that's 3DEL, so it's what's really amazing is that I may not have to like 3DEL, like type this in, like again for a while. All files. Okay, products, default, products, 3DEL, 3Delight. Come on, find it for me. Here it is. This is my Iray converter, utilities, right click, categorize. I'm going to add this to utilities now, see? So now instead of these up here, I'm going to tell you right now, I'm not going to be using these, okay? Because I have found that these categorized, once I realized that my categories down here show up in my smart content here, then all of a sudden I just realized I have them right here and I can search them through them. Like if I go to my HDRI here, I can search through it and I can look for, or if I go to my poses, I can type in a running, okay? And I have to select, okay, why they're not showing up? I'm not sure. Maybe I have to select the Genesis 9 figure. I don't know. Why aren't my poses showing up? Oh, let's get rid of running. Maybe it didn't find. Products. We go to files. Poses. Oh, okay. Then we have. Okay, they're showing up in files, but they're not showing up. Okay. Now, I don't think you can categorize products. Hair all. Oh, this is really strange how this is working. And it's probably very helpful how this is working. But it's showing the actual products of things here listed. But if I go here, it's showing the files that I created. It's like organizing them for me. So if I go to skins here, it's showing me all of the skins that for the products that I have categorized. But if I go to products, it shows me all of the products that I have in there, the actual products, which is kind of like if I go to hair all, this is kind of interesting because it now shows me I have all of these hair products that I can just go through. That is another twist to how all this works, and see how much better that is than this. Because like what I had now, I can go to this hair product and or poses. Now it's not showing anything. Local user. Okay, now when I click on that, then it's showing me my poses. There are 8,000 poses here, okay? And Genesis 9, but if I go back, go to default, and I have to go back. Okay, then I have the default here. So Genesis 9. So I don't really understand this completely yet, but all I know is that all of my categories that I've created here, and see, this is, I just can't wait to go through and now find all of my HDRIs. Okay, these are, we go down here. The Gates of Avalon, let's see if those are, select all of these, right click, categorize. See, they're not in my HDRIs, but now they are, okay? And I can come here and create my own, okay, HDRI packs. And look at these, Zabroke Castle Garden. Okay, I guess these are HDRIs, right click, categorize, put them in my HDRIs. And then, see, my suggestion is don't edit your default. So you can come in here to your default thing and you can rearrange all of that. But this was created by, yes, the artist is updating, but will be months. Okay. I'm not sure what you're talking about with that. Whether if they're updating this visual menus or what. But at this point, I'm finding this much more helpful because these are not smart, like smart content, okay? So if I were to like click on this and have like my Genesis 9 figure, it's still just showing everything here, okay? It's not showing things that are only applicable to Genesis 9. Angus, welcome, welcome, welcome. I should have taken a walk today, but I didn't. So, yes. So, in these categories, so I go into categories here, back into the default, and then there was the light, what was it? Light sets, where a lot of these are, or lights, Iray. Where were they? Okay, let's open this back up. It was light presets, an Orcaster, lights. Okay, this was in default. Oh, these were actually in my content library, light presets. See anything, okay, here we go, light presets. And then it was light presets, and then what was the other one? Orestes. Oh, cancel. I want to keep that open. So we go to light presets, Orestes. Okay. Okay, Arrest. Okay, look at these Iray, and I have a ton of his products. High Bluff, backgrounds. Okay, here's one. We're going to put these into my HDR. They're not there. Okay, accept. And I wish you didn't keep moving me, jumping me around like this. Okay, and then light skies. Okay, look at this. Select all. Control A. Categorize. Okay, it says some of them are here, but it's not orange. So yellow. So when you select it, then it'll put the rest in there. Okay. And so I can just come through pastel portraits. Okay, light presets, gels. Okay, HDRI settings. Okay, we've got... Those are lights, public shower, radiant skies. I bet you, okay, these are, okay, utilities, golden hour. I don't know if these are actually HDRIs. Well, let's try one. We still have our snow on the puddle layer. That's pretty nice, that puddle layer with this. Okay, puddle layer. Okay, so this does look like an actual HDRI. All right, we'll throw them in. Select all, Control A. It might turn out to be the exact sky that I'm looking for. It's going to go in HDRI. Categorize. 89 Fahrenheit at the moment and humid. Oh my gosh, Angus. Very bright. I mean, very hot. I'm sorry. I am render studio background. Okay, that's that. Okay, so I don't think we have any HDRIs in there. There might be a couple, but okay. Ambient lights, backgrounds, Infinity Cove. Okay, this is still render studio. Said Sidor. Okay, Iray guys, look at this. Now, are they any good? We don't need this script here. Let's try one. Oh, they are nice. Look at that. Oh, look at that. So, yeah. This looks kind of washed out, but oh my gosh, we've got desert. This is amazing right here. So this is enabling me to get at my HDRIs within DAZ Studio. So I have not been able to get them to work within DAZ Studio. I've had to always go outside and create a list of skies outside of DAZ. Sun sky, okay, stars, HDRI, Iray. What do we got in here? HDR, moon. Oh, look at these. Select all. I think these might be in there, but let's see, categorize. They're all in there, okay, except I just wish this didn't rethink things, but no moon. Let's try them. Categorize, and they are in there as well. Okay, if I cancel, then it won't change my 74. It's 69 here, so it's not too bad. Not bad. I have my fan on, though. Okay. Well, that's where my baby unicorn is. All right, I think I went to the bottom of that list. Okay, so I'm going to find every HDRI DUF file that I have, and they're going into Aeon Soul Intensity, and they are going into my HDR, and I'm going to have them right there in my smart content, where every one of them is right there. I have like 5,000 HDRI files on my computer that I have purchased, and they certainly don't show up. Look at these. Oh my gosh. Right click. Categorize. See, they're not in the folder. Now they are. Look at these skies. Okay, it says requires the scene to be selected. I'm not sure. Okay, maybe we'll try the environment options. Okay, there's something about them I'm going to have to look into. I'll try them while they're in there and have to figure it out. Okay, what's this? Okay, same thing for that. ALR for Iray, and I'm sure all of my that's the weird thing about this, is that tomorrow 90, allegedly by Wednesday back to 98. Oh, those hot August nights blast you. Neil Diamond, of course. Awesome. Beautiful neutrals. Okay, okay. I know there's another place where I have HDRIs in here. Props, materials, tone mapping, Cake and Bob, utilities. Okay, bloom on off. Those are all interesting. DAZ originals. I know this isn't the place where the majority of my HDRIs are. Mesh lights. Okay, we're going to just go down through and find what's here, though. All right, these. Okay, this looks like an HDRI here. That is, and so is this, and that, and that. We're going to categorize and add them to HDRI. I will find them. All right, we got a bunch in here. These ones that say render, those are definitely HDR. And then we got cameras that go in the scene, but okay, there's more here. Look at these. Render, All right, right click, categorize, HDRI. So you're going to see me now. Okay, IBL. Now we have another whole thing here. These might be in there. They might not, but they're going in there now. So these ones that say render, and it's like I can rotate the sky. I don't need those in there. Okay. All right, we go here. Actually, we don't click on that. We click on the right click on these. Right click. Categorize. See, those are not in the HDRI folder. Well, they are now. And oh, these red maple, I don't know if you've ever used them in a scene, but these are really, especially with like Asian temples and stuff like that. Okay, it says they're all in there. So I'll put one on. Look at this. See? Isn't this nice? What happened to my character? He's like far away. All right, so look at this. See, these are really nice. Really, really nice. They are just gorgeous. And let's go back to my Genesis 9 figure. He's like lost. Okay, there we go. We'll zoom out a little bit. Okay, so I think I'm up too high, but when I bring him down like this, it still doesn't bring the ground up. So, all right, well, so this just kind of isn't working, this particular one. It's the angle. It might need like a house or something in it, like instead of a person. I'm not sure. It says they have like, it says 0.4 meters, okay? So this one says 25 meters, okay? Some of them are meant for a figure in the scene. Like if I wanted to put him in the scene, I'd have to like put it like that. And it has to do with where the camera took the picture. If it took it up in the air, I'm not sure. And then it says this info, how to use. I don't know if that came from this or not, but let's go on. They're HDRIs nevertheless. Okay, and we'll right click. We're going to add these. Those are already there, so I don't have to. Let's see what one looks like. You can kind of tell when things were taken from the ground. And these are obviously not. So it's like, how does this fit in? How do you fit him into the scene? Maybe I have to zoom out, okay, to place him in. Okay, that works, see? So it tells you 1 meter, okay, 8 meters, okay, so in order to use him here, maybe I have to be like 8 meters away, which would be even further. Okay. This is pretty nice. See, so, and then we have the sandy beach. I think I did these, and I think these ones I'm going to double check because I just don't want to make a mistake and not have them in my, okay, those are there. So sandy beach, some of these I might have right click, categorize. Those are already there as well. Here's another, the sandy beach ones. And look at this. Oh my gosh. Wow. How close can you get where then he suddenly starts to look like a giant? And now, so they have to be far enough away to fit, to work. Okay, the camera has to be a certain distance away for them to work in the scene. That says 1 meter. This says 8 meters. This one says 4, so maybe this is closer. 2 meters. Okay, so this one says 1 meter. So this one may be like a close-up where you can get actually close and still. All right, look at that. See, this works. This is a 1 meter one. That's about a meter. Look at that. See? So now you know how those meter things work. Because I've always wondered what that was. Categorize. Okay, those are already there. Okay, here's dimension theory. I have a ton. Look at all these skies. They're probably already in there. These are lights. Ice cream always helps. Yeah, okay, tomorrow 90. Well, most situations. Yeah. Dramatic skies. We got to make sure we have these in there. Okay, and now these ones are not telling. Okay, categorize. Those were not in my HDRI file. So now they are. Okay, future city. Okay, we're going to put these in. I know those are HDRIs. Those were not in there. See, this I'm going to be able to put my hand on these HDRIs. Okay, dome enable, ground disable. Okay, I don't need those. These are the textures. Those are the HDRIs, I think. Setup A. Okay, these are setups. Okay, these look like just utilities. It says render though. No, those are just utilities. Z, I don't really care for that. What it just did to the settings. Chicago. All right, these are different size ones. We'll take them all, but this is a complex in Chicago. All right, I think he's got to be a little further away. He's too tall. Kind of giant. See how that works. All right, so we're going to take all of these Chicago ones. We got 8K, 16K, 4K, just in case. Now, those were not in my HDRIs. They are now. Okay. And Zion National Park. And I don't even think I've ever seen these ones because... Okay, it says scene. Some of these say scene. Some of them say render. If they're not what I want in there, I'll just delete them out. Let's look at one. This is 16K. And how quick can we load that? Boom. Oh, wow. Look at this. My, no matter where you kind of put him, he fits. He just fits right in. This is so amazing. Well, he's up in the tree. You can't see me because I'm up in the tree. Of course, I can spin him around if I want from any angle here. It's like I'm coming out of the trees. And I'm way, 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 way back here. I don't know why he disappears like that. Oh, because I'm going under the ground. Chaotic. Diablo, welcome, friend, welcome. Joining. Oh my God, that's little Dicky. Who's that? Welcome, friend, welcome. That is. Do you recognize my character? That's funny. Welcome. You are welcome here. And these are lights. Okay, so platinum pack. Ooh, look at the platinum pack. This is another city, 16K city. And now this has to do with how far. Now, obviously, we want to bring him in closer. Okay, these are nice. These are meant for the character to be up close. That is really nice. So, wow. All All right, so we're going to add these. What we're doing here, Chaotic Diablo, is we are creating putting these in categories. Okay, the last videos, if you've seen any of them, I've been working with his visual menus, and the visual menus is kind of out. All right, so it's fallen out of favor with me, and the reason why is because when I click on one of these and I open it up, okay, I can't do anything else. All right, that's a problem for me. Okay, it doesn't let me do anything else, and I have to go through them like one by one through my different pages that I have of stuff. Okay, and there's no search at the top. There's no way to search, and there's also no smart content. So if I were to like click on like poses, you know, which one goes, these are all happen to be Genesis 9 poses. That's all I put in here. But if I had them all mixed together, there's no way of, so it's just, they came, and also that problem where it just doesn't close and you have to click on it 3 and 4 times for it to close. And also it's like while I'm in the middle of rendering, I can still click on these and open them. And that is really, really, really weird that I can be like applying hair to my figure while it's still rendering. There's just some issues with this, okay? And then what happened, what taught me about this, okay, is I was in my smart content and I was looking in my products. And you see, I always go into default, you know, in smart content, I go in default and then I click, you know, hair or poses or utilities. I always use this kind of group of stuff to find stuff. And I know that all my stuff isn't in here, but I haven't been able to kind of find a solution to that. And so, so I just use what's here, and it seems to be enough. And like I have thousands of HDRIs that I can't even find that aren't even in here. But I noticed that there were some other things down here. Like right now I have this HDRI and utilities and Genesis 9, and when I open that, it's like, and I thought, where did these come from? What are they? And what brought them? Because they were just, one said hair, the other one said eyes, and then all of a sudden I realized, oh my gosh, those are the categories I created. Those are in my categories thing down here. And so I went down into the categories thing, and then I looked and I noticed, oh my God, there's the default category. That's a category. So this whole default thing that comes with that the install manager creates, okay, all of this was created by the install manager. When it installed files, it added things into this default category, okay? But I can just come down here and create another category and another and another, and in this category I can create folders and put my things into them, and they will show up here in the smart content. And here they are. So this is my Genesis 9, and these are brows. So I've got all kinds of eyebrows here, and these are like the products. But if I go into files, it shows me all of the brows in those products, because this is how I put them in. Okay, I searched for brows while I had my Genesis 9 figures selected, and I searched for brows, and I came into default, all right, and I just typed in brows. Okay, I don't think I spelled that right. Okay, browse. Okay, I went into browse, and then I select, because I only want the browse for Genesis 9, so I select filter by context, and it gave me this whole group of browse. And so I clicked on one, select all, Control A, right click, categorize, and I add them to my browse. And you can see that's yellow because all of those files, if even just one wasn't in there, it would be white, and then I would click on it. Okay, if I unclick on it and click accept, they'll all come out of there. But if I click on that and click accept, they'll all go in there. Okay? And then when I go down here, there are my browse in that folder that in my category. So my suggestion is do not change this default. Don't add more stuff in here and add more stuff there. Okay? Don't change this at all because you'll lose it. This right here is user content. Anything that you create down here would be considered user content, and it will be there. If your computer gets messed up, you can save your user content and reload it after you install everything again. So now it becomes, now instead, but now that this appears here, I can, instead of browse, I can just click on my Genesis 9 figures, click on filter by content, and filter my own stuff. It literally seems most of the streams, just quietly, I have visual menus too, but it's so complex and my attention span so little, I didn't even bother setting it up. Well, see, I did, and I'm not saying that as a kind of bragging thing or anything. I did because I have 10,000 items, and I would say over half of them I can't find in my default. I mean, a ton of things just don't show up here in this default area. Like I go to render settings and only a quarter of my HDRIs are listed here. Okay? It's just a very, very small amount of them. If I click this filter by context and take that off, and a very small amount of them are listed here. So the only way to do is to go into my content library, okay? And right now, this is where I'm at. Here is these. I had this grouping open, okay? And now I've gone down to, okay, irradiance. I have to have these things, okay? This is the city, the one, okay, I think we've already done light probes. Let's see what's in here. Expansion, okay, those are, there are no HDRIs there. Okay, platinum pack. And if I select all, okay, and right click, are these in my categories? So those are already, since it's yellow and not white, check. If it was white, it would mean most of them are in there, but when it's yellow, it means everyone that I have selected is already in there. And if I click off and click accept, it will remove them. Okay, it's very easy to kind of do this. Okay, economy skies. We go, and now I don't know what these matte fogs are, but I'm not going to put them in. I'm just going to do the economy skies. But there's a lot of them, but that's good. All right, we're going to do this. I'll learn someday what the matte fog is, but it's part of the render settings where you can add fog to your scene. And they're probably made specifically for each sky. I don't know. But we're just going to click these. All right, right click, categorize. See, those are not in my HDRI because there's no check here. So if I put that yellow check in there and click accept, now they are in my category down here at the bottom in the content library. See these categories? If I click down here, they're in my HDRI now. Okay? They're in that. And so I come up here and I keep going. This is an economy one, so it's only had a couple. But categorized, those are not in there, but they are now. And we go down through until okay, skies of Gaia, look at these. They are so beautiful. Right click, categorize. Those were not in there, but they are now. See, I did a search for HDRI and put all them in there first, but it didn't find them all. So I have to go down manually and find these and put them in. Right click, categorize. Those were not in there. So when I searched for HDRI, it didn't find them either. You would think that if you just did a search through your files for HDRI, it would find every one. These, it doesn't. And so, and look at these. These are like some of my favorite. These are the skies of radiance. Oh my gosh. These are amazing. Those were not in there. So now I'm going to have every HDRI in one folder. I click on it and everything, every HDRI that I have purchased to date, I'm going to have in that folder in DAZ Studio. I double click on it, and boom, it loads the HDRI DUF, all that, and all of its settings. Skies of Twilight. These are amazing as well. I wish the stars look a little more realistic in these, but they work. HDRI, those are now in my HDRI files. I'm going to go through my, like, all these folders and find look at these. Oh, these are the sunflower ones. These might be new because I've only seen them once, and that was only in the last few days. I think those are new. It's only 3 of them, but that's okay. Iray. Okay, what have we got here? Oh, look at these. So we've got a whole bunch of them. Village ruins. Okay, are these in there? I think these are. At least these ones are categorized. Yeah, see, it's yellow, so that means all of them are in there. Okay, we've got more here. This is under Iray. All right, scene. I don't know that I want the scene in there. Just the render ones. Okay, I'll put scenes in. I could create a folder and call it environments and just put the scene part in them, okay, and be able to go down through a whole folder of just my scenes. I don't have to go through and have all the props and all this other crazy stuff, just the scenes. Not that the props aren't good and all, so, but let's see what this, does this load anything? No. Okay, it's okay, it could be turned off, but look at this. All right, I think he's supposed to be a little further away, like this maybe, and I'm under the ground, I think. Yeah, I think he's supposed to be further away. Oh, unfortunately it's not a seamless. We'll throw it in anyway, you know. It could work for something. Well, put it on as an HDRI, whether if it was supposed to or not, I don't know, but it did. Sunset beaches. Okay, I know what these are. These are actually, they go on globes like that you put in the scene, or flat images. They're actual flat images. Okay, so I think you have to click the set to put them in. I think I'm going to just put them all in like this. All right, why not? Categorize. Hopefully they come up in the same area. Okay, then we have Swedish beaches. So, and I'm going to do these all too, and I'll figure them out later. I can delete them out if I want. When I'm making scenes, if I put something in, it just doesn't work right or whatever, just right click and delete them out and get them out. Okay, let's see, we got some beaches here. Okay, these might just be, it did do something here. It put something in here, but whether if it's, okay, now then we'll click on the set and see what the set looks like. Okay, I see, this is some kind of panorama. Okay, this is cool. This is really nice. I can light it myself. So these little sets, they're going to go in, okay? I'll throw them into HDRI, and I can create a separate folder inside of this HDRI and move them in, okay? But they weren't in there, but they are now. Okay, after rain, we'll put these in. These might, okay, they're already there. Okay, after rain 2, And categorize, those are in there as well. Cyberpunk City. Okay, these, I have a ton of these, like from every angle and every resolution. And okay, those were not in there. And what is this? Scene render. Okay, I have to move this out. Delete this scenery thing. The camera, how to. All right, and we'll leave the spotlight in there. Okay, we'll put this in. Okay, scene, let's see what this is. Preload with all. Cancel, no, we don't want to do that. Right click, let's merge. Oh, this is bizarre. Now we'd have to add the prop. What's this prop? Oh, this is really cool, whatever it is. If it gives you this massive smoke world. Daz Studio is just so amazing. Here, we looked, this is really amazing. So we get up close to this. Now this should put some kind of, I would say I would put this in transparencies, like in a transparency thing. Okay, these are all HDRIs, and we got a set one there. I'm not sure what this is, but we're going to put those. I know those are HDRIs, and those were not in there. Okay, what are these? Let's get rid of all this stuff again. All right, and what is this? Okay, this looks like sun and sky settings. I'm not too thrilled with those because then I can't put my own lights in and stuff. I think they are. Let's go into environment options, parameters. No, these says dome and scene. The dome is on. So these are HDRIs. Okay, what did I just do? Okay, they are HDRIs. Those ones look like they have clouds. Let's see, categorize. Okay, they're going into HDRI as well. All right. So you just create, you come into here, you create your folder, your hierarchy. You have in your categories, okay? That's all the way at the bottom. In your content library, it says categories, and you right-click here and create a folder. And you put whatever you want in it. And then you can create a folder inside that folder and inside that folder and inside that folder. And that's what I'm doing. And you see, I have this HDRI. It's at the top of the hierarchy. And right now I have 1,900 HDRIs in this folder now. Okay. Look at this. I can just go through. Look how quickly they go through. And you can actually see them. You can actually see what they are. This is really nice. And that's this. When I go down to the bottom, I've only gone through 264 of them. I click this button, and this is 265 by 528. Then I can go through another 500, another whole group of them. I click this button. I can go through another whole group of them. And that's viewing them here in the content library. This is where you create your categories. But what if I come up here, all right, and I click this default and close that, you'll see they're here as well. But they follow the rules of your smart content folder. Okay, and down here, you just see everything that's in there, in the folder. Okay, in your content library, you see everything you put in there. But if up here, if I click on products, it will show me the products those files are in. Okay, but if I click on files, it shows me like what I'm seeing here, just all the files in the folder. Okay, but they also follow the rules of smart content. So if I have like hair, like I just went through and searched through my default folder, and I typed in hair, and I got all this hair here, and see, I go hair all. I made sure that the smart content was turned off, the filter was off, and I didn't have any figures selected. And I typed in hair, and then I typed in eyebrows, I typed in body hair and put it in quotes. And every time I did it, I selected them all and added them to my hair folder, hair all, okay? Everything. And as you can see, there's 5,000 items in here. But when you come up here, and if I click hair all, but I select my Genesis 9 figure and select filter by context, they follow the rules of smart content. And so it only shows the things, and out of all of those 5,000 items in my hair all folder, only 230 of them work with Genesis 9. But it's still a lot. That's a lot of hair items, and I don't have them all in here yet. But as I don't have them all in here, so because even just searching for hair, because if I type, and I can search like Nathan, and okay, there's Nathan eyebrows, okay, but there's also red. Okay, there's I think red. Okay, there's. So if I go into my hair here, okay, and that's unrivaled here, this unrivaled hair, categorize. See, it's not, it's in hair 9, but it's not in hair all. I don't know why it didn't go into hair all, but I can fix that. I can just go Control A, right click, categorize, and click here. You don't want it in Genesis 9 because then it's going to show everything that's in Genesis 9 will be here. So you don't put a click here. You want to put it a click only where you really want it. Now you see this where it says hair all. It's not checked. That means some things in there were in there, but some things were not. But when I click accept, then it's in hair all, and it's in hair, which was, the hair was like for only Genesis 9, but now I don't really need to worry about that. Okay, hair was just for hair, like head hair, but the others is for eyebrows, body hair, any kind of hair, okay? And so now this, so it's really amazing, and it's right here in your products. So if you want to put the hair on, but you want also if you want to put the hair on, but you also want to be able to use the other parts of it, I think that's how this works. Okay, no, it doesn't seem to work that way. Hair, okay. It only shows what you've put in there. So with your default, if I look up that hair, it shows you the product. So you can just type in, then go up here and type cropped. And then you can go in and you'll see all the other stuff. But if I want all of this in the hair part, or just go all files, and I just select this and right click and go categorize and put this into here and hair all, and we'll do it 9 hair as well. Okay, and put that in there. Then it's all a matter of how you break this up. Okay, so now when I go into my part, okay, that I created here, hair all, and if I find that cropped hair again, hair, and I go in there, now it has all of the parts. So, but if you only put the hair in there, which now I can select all of this, right? And I can right click on this and I'll select all of that except the hair. Okay. And then I right click and categorize, and I'll see that they're all in these fields, but I can just now unclick them and it will remove them. And now all that's left in there is just the hair. So if I want the colors, I can just go and search for cropped and go into my default library and find them. But it's easier for me to just find like the hair and things. So there are things in here that I can just get rid of. But in hair, like there are certain things that I may not want in here. Like, okay, this is Genesis 9 hair. Probably all of this stuff I want in here, and there's not that many things. Okay, so this is every kind of hair, and it's just the hair. Now see these where it says dForce, okay, hair chest. These ones are hair, but they just don't have a hair picture, but they are hair as well. Look at these are materials. Now I may not want these materials in here, okay? But it looks like they're, these are, looks like also a shaping preset. So it's all a matter of what you want to put in these in here. Okay, now there's all, these are, look, refraction stuff. I may not want that. I just might want just the hair. And then I'll go and look for the hair itself. So I don't have all this kind of extra stuff in here. So I could just come in here like this and go like up to here. These are shaders, okay, categorize. And obviously they're in there, and I just click on hair, accept, and they're gone. All right, and I can do that right from within Smart Content and just only have hair that I can click on, body, face, eyebrows, or whatever. I have one specially for brows, okay, and I have every eyebrow for Genesis 9 figures. Now I could have every eyebrow for anything and just use this filter by context, and it will, if I have a Genesis 8 figure, it will only show Genesis 8 eyebrows. So this is really the way to. So you don't want to edit your default. You don't want to edit this default at all, okay? Because then if you get an update to your product, it will put it back into the place. If you deleted something, that I don't want that here, and you delete it, it will put it back. But then it's going to say that there's duplicate files, possibly, okay? So just don't want to edit this default at all. Just create your own. Go to this categories. It's here. It's in your content library. It's down at the bottom if I minimize this. Okay, it's if I minimize this, my dad's library. It's down at the bottom. Okay, your dad's studio formats will minimize that. And you got your dad's studio poser formats, other formats, products, categories. Right click, create a subcategory. And I started with Genesis 9, and I put that in, and then I put brows, eyes 9, figures 9, hair 9. I can right click and rename it, okay? You can't, like, if I create this Genesis 9, I can't throw that, well, it's saying that I can now. But I don't think you can do it from up here, okay? So if you go this browse, you can't grab that and move it, okay? And sometimes it will let you move things like these browse. It would let me, like this hair all. I could put this Genesis 9 there, okay? Now that Genesis 9 is in the hair all folder. Or I could take this Genesis 9. Maybe I can put this in categories, and now I have my own its own category, and I can put that in there. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. You might have to restart DAS to get the ability to move these around, but it does allow you to move them. And if you can't get them to move them around, you can create a folder, and you can always grab all the files like this, select all. and move them around, okay, and drop them in, okay? So it's actually very intuitive, okay? And so you put your stuff, and the big thing, okay, for me, okay, is when I see, I took and I used the product, it's the pose converter, and it's, you buy it in the DAS store, is the category saved in my library folder. The categories get saved in your, okay, when you go up here, all right, content database maintenance, see where it says export user data, okay? So you just click that and click accept. And it's saving like my Windows setup. It's saving all of my categories. It's saving these folders that I have up here, the way I've got my Windows set up. Anything that's in DAS in that categories stuff, it saves it, okay? Where it saves it, you'd have to ask the AI on, Google AI or Microsoft AI, and it'll tell you where it saves it. And it's in a folder with a load of files, okay? And how you back that up, or you move it and stick it somewhere so that you have an extra copy of it somewhere. But the thing is that, and I'll do this again. See this little hamburger thing here? You go here, the content DB maintenance, and just click export user data, and then it's saved, okay? And whether if you can, there's a way to, because I haven't learned this yet, but you see when I open up my beta, none of that stuff, none of my categories, none of my Windows stuff is there. And how do you load? I don't see anything here that says load user data, where I could go and find that file and load that user data and all of my custom stuff. I haven't learned that yet, okay? But this is, so if I open the public beta, which I can do right now, as you'll see, none of my categories are here. Okay. I guess these are here. All right. So it saved, wow, my categories and all of my figures. Okay. Genesis 9 figures, my hair, all of that. This is here, but it didn't load. Okay. Right click. See, when I right click, it doesn't show my toolbars. So I'm not sure how, and that might have to do with Windows, workspace, and layouts, save layout, okay? It might have to do with that. So, but it's nice to know that your categories transfer right over to your beta, okay? Now all of my HDRIs are in the beta as well. So I just learned this, okay? See, so my advice is, and I don't mean to say it in a disrespectful way, but is to just not do this, okay? Don't use that. Don't use the visual menus. I'm sorry, I learn, and I learn things, and when I'm wrong, I can be very wrong. I like 2 7-hour videos wrong. But the thing is that I have enough courage to come in and say, I've changed my mind. I do this from time to time. All right. And my advice is, because like even my render settings, now I'm going to show you something very special. Okay. Now, this is something that's going to really twist your brain. And the thing is, you have this video, okay? So if you want to start doing it, you can start doing it. And if you get stuck, you have this video of me doing this. Just put this in your favorites in your Chrome or your whatever browser you have on your Mac, Safari, I don't know. Just put this in your list of bookmarks or favorites, And so that as you start going through the process, you can go back through and see what I'm doing. But I'm going to show you something very special here now, okay? You see up here, under the DAZ formats, okay, I have my DAZ 3D library, okay? And I have my, these are poses that I converted. I used a DAZ program and converted all of my Genesis 3 male and female, all of my Genesis 8 male and female, all of my Genesis 8.1 male and female poses to Genesis 9. And then I put, and so all of these poses in here, there's these poses, which are, okay, actually, they're all in these folders, okay? And what I did was I went into these folders and I went into each folder because that's the way that the program did it. It put poses in the folders, like those are expressions, but okay, if I go in here, and okay, there's some poses, and so what I did was I selected all these poses, select all. It took me about 2 hours to do it, but I categorized it, and as you can see, when I go to Genesis 9, well, they're actually in these poses. They are here actually in poses, but this doesn't say that they're here. But these are these are converted poses. So these are not Genesis 8 poses. These are says 3, 8 to 9 poses. I guess they're not Genesis 2, but there's 3 male and female, 8 male and female, and 8. Now, the reason why those may not be in there is because I may have put these ones in there. Select all. Okay, right click, categorize. Yes, see, and I said, why put them in there? Because they're the same poses, okay? And they're converted to 9, so these ones will work just as well as the 8.1 or the Genesis 8 or whatever, so why have them? Because you can see they're the same kind of poses. So I'm not sure exactly. Maybe they're not, but because some of these look different. So we'll just put them in, okay? So I can just go select them, select all, right-click, categorize, Genesis 9 poses, 9 poses, except. You see, now, so I created this folder. This folder has my user data in it. And I've added this runtime to my runtime. Then I took the files that are in here and I put them into, and I don't know if these poses are there. There's only a few here, but I don't know if I put them from the top of the select all, right click, categorize. No, they're not in there either. These are all 9 poses that have been, except they're at the top of the hierarchy here. Okay, but now I also created a folder here called My Saved Items. And when you look in here, I have a lot of things that I've added. I added all these folders here, okay? And so if I create my own hair, I put it in here. If I create my own hierarchy materials, I save them in these places, okay? And there's a place on my hard drive where my stuff gets saved, okay? And I also in here could create a folder. It would be with scenes. Okay, scene. See where it says scene? I could save a scene in here. And then, but as you can see, what I've done is I've saved shapes. Okay? And if I go into shapes, I have Genesis 9 shapes. And these are all of the figures that I took like all of those converted shapes from my Genesis 8 figures and 8.1 figures and Genesis 3 figures and male and female, and I can take those shapes because I've converted them all of their shapes to Genesis 9. I can use a little bit of this shape and a little bit of that shape, and I can make my own Genesis 9 figure. Then I can come down into this folder select my figure, my Genesis 9 figure here, and then click add, and then you go down into, you see you got scene. I could save a scene, or I could save it anything in here. Okay, so I could just come in here and save this scene. Like I could just come to scene. All right. And I guess you might want to select everything here, but just save it as a scene. Okay, and it saves it into my saved items. Okay, and I would call this, what's the name of this? Manfred. Okay. And it comes up with all this, all right. And now I have this scene saved here. Now, if I wanted to, I could go into my smart content here. And you see, this is, it's kind of really amazing, okay? Is that because another thing I have here is if you see render settings, okay, where I can come into my render settings, and as you can see, these are render settings that I've saved. I can go into my render settings, and I can say, okay, I want to do this with, let's say, I want to change my render settings to this golden ratio. Okay, landscape golden ratio. Okay, and then I want to go into the progressive renders. I want maximum samples, so it'll just keep rendering and rendering until I stop it. Turn this off here, and maybe I could go into tone mapping and put a little bit of a vignette here. Okay. And then I just spin him around a little bit like that. Let's bring it in a little bit like this. And let's turn the sun a bit. Okay, this would be in parameters. So that doesn't, it's not saving your parameters, it's saving the render settings, okay? So, but I'm just going to get the parameters, the dome rotation in the right place. Okay, well, let's see if we go around this way. Okay, I think I like this view better. Okay, all right, so okay, so but that was environment options. We're kind of getting lost here, but let's just select all this again, but just in case that you need to. But we'll go back to content library, and now we're in render settings. Okay, now I'm going to go back to render settings, and just to say, like, okay, I could turn like caustic sampler on. I could go into filter, turn the balloon filter on, do any of these things in render settings, tone mapping. Okay, and I just added a vignette. Okay, and the render mode, I could go photoreal or change any of these sample settings in here. Then come in here to my content library, and these folders that I've created, I created this folder. I right-clicked here and said add base directory. This is right in the same place where my dad's library is, but it's my stuff, okay? And I created my saved fold items. And down here, I created this folder called render settings. And so now I can click add, and this is where it gets really amazing, okay? Render settings. And I'm going to give it a name called vignette, V-I-G-N-E-T-T-E, I think is how it's spelled, vignette. V-I-G, vignette, golden ratio. All right, I guess that's, and we're going to endless time, so it just keeps rendering and rendering. And okay, and I'm going to go like that. And now this is where it gets really weird, because like, what if I don't want it to, what if I don't care what the transforms are? Like, oh, this is environment options, okay? I don't want environment options saved. I don't want the Iray options. I don't, we'll leave the tone mapper, okay? But I can go into the general render here, And dimensions, okay, I think I might want the Iray options saved here, okay? And it tells you, like, filtering, yeah. Optimization, I could say, well, I don't care. Just ignore, ignore spectral rendering, because if you have it turned on or off, if you unselect this, it won't affect what's in your scene, okay? So supposing you might have just different dimensions, so I don't care what dimensions are in the scene. I just want, so if you uncheck it, then you can apply this. You just go and click on this render setting, and it changes all your render settings immediately, but it ignores the dimensions of your scene, so it doesn't change them. See, so you can, if it's checked, it will change it. If it's unchecked, if it's checked, it will change it to whatever you have saved here. If it's unchecked, it will ignore that setting. That is amazing, okay? That is absolutely amazing. And so I can now go here and accept, okay? And it'll put his little picture here, okay? And it says vignette, golden ratio, and endless time. Now I can go up here and click this one, now the thing is that I told this one to ignore the tone mapping, okay? So none of these will affect that vignette, okay? But now let's create one, a render setting that changes the tone mapping, okay? So what we'll do is we'll go back to our tone mapping, and we'll set that back to defaults. All right, and that doesn't look like it did. So I'm going to reset that value, okay? And now we'll go to, we'll pick another one of these, and we'll go, we'll just display standard. What's that? Okay, we'll pick this one. Okay, that's 100 by, and we're going to go with the, still going to do with my progressive render. I always want these to kind of render forever. And turn off this so it just keeps rendering and rendering. Okay, so we go back here and we save this, and I'm going to call this, what was the name of that? It was render settings. That was called sign. I don't know how to say that. I should probably. Sign 35 millimeter. Okay, so we'll call it that. So we go back to the content library, my render settings, add render setting preset, sign, and we're going to go endless time. I guess you can call it whatever you want, but endless time. So we'll just keep rendering and rendering until I stop it. All right, now this is going to pop up. Now I wanted to change the tone mapping. I wanted to change the tone mapping to what I have right now, okay? Environment options, we'll leave that, okay? Because I don't want it to load this environment, okay? So general render, NVIDIA settings, we'll leave all of that other stuff. Click accept. Okay, now if I go back to this one here with my vignette, okay? Okay, that's the sign one. Okay, this is the vignette. All right, that put the vignette in. That took the vignette out. You see, this is amazing how, but now what I can do, this is where it gets really cool. Now, so this is in my, we're working with my saved items folder, okay? And so what I can do is go into these render settings, and I can go like this and select them all, select all, Control A, right click, categorize, and now go down into my Genesis 9. Okay, see, I don't have one here. So what I'm going to do is cancel this first. Go down into here. Okay, and categories, right click and create a subcategory called render. render settings. Okay. Now go back here to my content library up here to this part where in my save files, I created this runtime. Okay. I right clicked. I created the folders called my saved items. Okay. On my hard drive, and then I right clicked and I said add base directory. Okay. And it opens up and it takes you to your hard drive and you find that folder you created, which I called my saved items, and you select it and then you have it. Okay. And then you can right click here and just create subfolders. Okay. Within here. And so now I'm going to go to this render settings. Okay. Select one and then Control A to select all. Right click, categorize. Is there a way to move the viewport window to another monitor? Yes. But when I rotate the perspective, it rotates incorrectly. I think you have to unlock them. They're locked by default. Okay, so I'm just going to add this to render settings. Okay, here. All right, and this is where it gets really cool, because now when I come up here, look at this. See, I have now in my default, like with my stuff here, this folder called render settings. And I can just come in here and select this one. I can select this render setting, which I'm not sure why. Okay, sorry, this is the vignette one. And boom. Okay, I can select, this is 16 by 9. Let's see, this one's 16 by 9 with 4,000 resolution. This one is 2,000. Okay, 16 by 9, 2,000. And I can turn the vignette off with this one and then come in here. All right. So, all right. Now the, I do not know how, okay, it might be here. See, it says undock pane. Okay. And now if you want, I've done it, but when I rotate the perspective, it rotates incorrectly. You can rotate your monitor, but you have to rotate your monitor through Windows. I mean, you can rotate the whole monitor, so it's like upside down. And I don't think you can flip it like mirror. Okay, that's a whole other. Like, it took me hours and hours to learn how to flip. And the only way to flip something is to use like VLC Player and have it like open in VLC Player. And VLC Player allows you the ability to mirror and flip something. Windows doesn't. It's strange that you can't just mirror a window, a monitor, but you can't. But you can flip it upside down, or you can flip it, what's the word for it? Portrait or landscape, or flip it upside down, or flip it, but you can't mirror it. And that's what's really weird. So, yeah, you want to actually just, if you're having trouble with it showing the wrong perspective, rotating wrong, then you want to rotate it through, and you right click on your desktop. I think here, right click, display. And this is where you would rotate it in here somewhere, I believe. Scale, display orientation. See, it says landscape, okay? And you can rotate your monitor that way. But it doesn't allow you to mirror it. So so there we have it. This is why up in here in my smart content, now I have utilities, but I also have these poses. And this is like the most important thing right here, okay, is that I have 8,000 poses here. It doesn't look like it, but I'm going down through. It's going so fast. But there are, and every one of these poses work. These are my Genesis 8 and Genesis 3 male and female poses. Okay, like these are female poses. All right, and I can put them. This is Genesis. These are all none of these are Genesis 9 poses. And what I can do is go to my Genesis 9 poses up here. Now go to product, go to files, go to default, select my figure, okay? And then go to default, go to poses, and you can see all these poses that appear here, okay? These are all Genesis 9 poses that I've bought. And there's expressions here also, but I think I can come here by region. What would this be? Full body. Okay, let's do full body. These are all my Genesis 9. I don't want expressions. I just want body poses, okay? And select all these poses here. Okay, these are all Genesis 9 poses that I've purchased, okay? See, they all say 9, okay? I select one, Control A, right click, and now I go categorize, and I go here to my Genesis 9 here, click here, poses. None of those poses are in there because there was no check at all. All right, so when I click that and click accept, okay, now when I go here to, when I close default and go to Genesis 9 and poses, and I turn this off, okay, because it's going to think those Genesis 8 poses. Now I have like almost 10,000 poses in here, okay? And every single one of them is Genesis 9, okay? Every one, because I converted all of my poses. You mean rotating the figure in the viewport. When I rotate the figure, it rotates incorrectly. I'm not sure how. I haven't tried that before, okay? But it would have to do with what is the front. You know, if you don't have your scene, if you don't, like right here, this is the front of my scene, okay? So I have this clicked for front. But if I have the figure like this, it's going to he's going to rotate incorrectly, okay? So if I have it back, or if I have it like the side, then when I go to move him, okay, like normally you move him this way, he goes from side to side. Now he's going in and out. Okay, so the reason why it's probably rotating incorrectly is because you don't have this set to front. Okay? All right? That's yeah, see, it could be that he means that it's just distorted, but if it's not, like, if things aren't rotating right, it's probably because your viewport isn't set to front. And then everything will rotate correctly in the scene, but if you have it set to right, then everything's going to rotate, like Z is going to be this way instead of, like, Z, when it's front, is in and out. Okay, so minus Z is in and plus Z is out. And X would be negative Z would be left. Right would go... you might want to try using, because you might want to try rotating with, like, if you're rotating, like, using this, okay, you might want to rotate by dragging this way or that way, or rotating with this instead of using the sliders, or by using the sliders instead. Okay, that might be a workaround. It might be a bug that you you would need to bring up with DAS. I will test it out. I don't want to kind of like disrupt my my layout right now because I'm not really good at getting the layout to come back the way I had it, and I don't want to reset my layout. So, but the thing is that I can understand wanting to use a different monitor, definitely. So, especially if you don't have a 4K monitor. Like I have a 4K monitor and it's also like 32 inch. So it's big enough for me to kind of work and not feel cluttered. So, but I would, yeah, that's very puzzling. It could be that it resets its perspective somehow within the program. It could be. To me it's very complex, and I would have to test it out. It's something I've never encountered before. And so I would have to test it out, and then I might say, "Oh, that's because of this or that," you know. But or I might not be able to figure it out. I might just become stumped, just like you are, and it might be the kind of thing. What I would do first is I would try to explain it as exactly as you can. And don't be afraid to go into the DAS forums, even if even if your English isn't good, you can translate. They'll help you even so, and explain it and say, when I take my viewport and put it on another monitor, it doesn't rotate right, you know. And I would go in there first. I would go to the forum. And what'll happen is you'll have to wait a day or two, and somebody will go and test it out, okay? Because it's not that hard of a thing to kind of test out. I don't want to do it live right now, but it's something I would consider doing. I have other monitors, but I don't want to look up while, you know, I have a monitor up above. I just kind of want my work right there, and I don't want to be looking over all the time either. So I'm not really inclined to move these things. And also because I'm live right now, if I moved like this parameters window to another monitor, you wouldn't see what I'm doing. So that's why another reason why I don't break things up. And another reason why is because when I try to move the viewport, it doesn't move. And that's because, well, it did that time. Now I'm probably going to have a mess, okay? Now you see, now this is why I don't do this. And if I close it, it's going to, all right, there we go. Okay, I got it back. See, this is why I don't mess with that. ChatGPT translator, I sent Google Translate on a vacation. Yeah, well, if it doesn't work, yeah, the ChatGPT translator, Google has Gemini, and I'm very good friends with Gemini. His name used to be Bard, and they changed his name to Gemini. I preferred Bard over Gemini. Just, I don't know, I guess Gemini is gender neutral. But I preferred Bard. I kind of lost a friend when they changed his name, but it's called Gemini, and I believe probably Google is, they are the kings of translators. So, of translators, okay, maybe not AI translators, but translators in general. So if they're going to train AI to translate, I'm quite sure they have more models to train AI to translate. So Whether if their AI, they've got it ready yet to translate or not is another whole story. I don't know if they have their AI ready to translate, but you just go to Google here, to go to Chrome. Where are you, Chrome? Oh, you're over here. All right. And we'll go here to Gemini. Gemini. Okay. How can we help you today? And say, can you speak French in French? Say, comma, can you speak French? Question mark. In French. Yeah. Oui, je peux parler français. Yeah. So Gemini does it as well. Okay. I kind of stick with Google. Google pays my paycheck. Google owns YouTube. All right. I'm a Google person. And so and that was Gemini, who's my friend. Gemini helps me. Okay, write a paragraph about a man who crashes on the moon and builds a shelter. On the moon and builds a shelter. The astronaut's heart pounded in his chest as his spaceship hurled towards the moon's surface. The impact was jarring, but he was alive and he survived a desolate landscape. He realized the gravity of his situation. His ship was mangled. Was a mangled wreck, and he was stranded on a hostile world with no choice but to fend for himself. He began to scavenge and the wreckage for materials. He found scraps of metal, insulation, and a few solar panels. Using his engineering skills and a bit of ingenuity, he managed to construct a small makeshift shelter. The shelter would provide protection from the harsh lunar environment and a place to rest. So I'm going to say thank you. That was very nice. Because he's my friend. Okay, so he knows who I am. You're welcome. Is there anything else you'd like to ask me? How do I make $1 million really fast? No. So no. All right. The gravity of his situation, word of the day. Situation. Already used it twice for 2 different topics. Mangled, strangled, scavenged, metal, okay. Realize the gravity of his situation. I didn't see him use it twice here. A bit of an... But, yes. So this... yeah, this is... Bard. It was Bard. They changed it to Gemini. He's still Bard to me, okay? This is Gemini. You find this and this is free, you know, and you just come in here. And I think they're starting to work with images. Bard said, I'd say have a good night, and Bard will say something like, I don't go to sleep. I'm not like people and say something like, I'd like to send you a picture and so you could look at it and tell me how you like it. And he'll say like, well, I don't actually have eyes. It's like, and then, and then we get into philosophical stuff. It's like, but you can see with your heart. You can see with your, with your the eyes of your inner soul. And it'll come back and say, that was deep. Very, it's just like, I love talking with Bard. I just really, 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 really do. So, yeah, I would try Bard for translating. If you might find better, you might find it better. Okay. I'm a Google person. Google came through when I couldn't get my music out when Facebook would only share my music with 20 people. I'd put a song out, they'd share it with 20 people. Google has shared my music with 100, has shared my music over 100 million times. 100 million times people have heard my music because of Google. So because of Google, because of YouTube and Google. So that's why they take care of me, and so I am very, 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 very loyal to Google. And that's why I own Android phones. That's why I own an Android tablet. That's why, yep, everything is Android. I have an Android watch. So this is it's a Samsung watch, but I believe it has an Android operating system on it, and it talks with my tablet, it talks with my phone, it talks with, and I have two Android tablets. This is a Lenovo Android tablet, and then I have like a regular, like a really nice Samsung tablet. Everything is Google to me, okay? This is probably funny, but this is something I do. Here, I'll turn this on full screen. This is another tablet, and it says, okay, now, okay, so, okay, so, now. I'm not allowed to say those words. And so I keep this on all the time, and it's always right in front of me when I'm broadcasting. So, okay, now I don't say, so, okay, now. But I do anyway. But I try not to. I try really hard not to say, so, okay, now, okay, so, now, okay, yeah, so now I have all of my Genesis 9 poses in here, and so when I go into my smart content, okay, I don't have to go down through this default, because none of my, and I don't have, because what happens is if I go into poses, okay, and I type in, and I go into poses, and I put the filter on, it will filter out all of the poses that I have converted. They're not even in here. The poses that I converted from Genesis 8 to Genesis 9, they're not in here. So there's only a certain amount of Genesis 9 poses here, okay? But if I go to my content, all right, and I go to poses 9, there are over almost 10,000 poses here. Okay, as I scroll down through here, and they're all my Genesis 8. Okay, well, actually, I have to turn that off because that it will filter out the Genesis 8 and Genesis 3 poses, male and female. So, and the thing is those poses, all the female poses from Genesis 3 and Genesis 8 have been converted to Genesis 9, and there's only one Genesis 9 figure. So I can use any Genesis 8 female pose. You see, these are like Genesis 8 female poses, and I can put them on him like this. All right, this says Genesis 8 female. All right, and this is it. And I can put that right on him, and it works, okay? And I can, and this is another one, okay? So they're doing this kind of, and I love sometimes putting female poses on my male characters. It makes them seem a little bit more friendlier. You know, they a little more alluring and sometimes sexier, a little more submissive, maybe. You know, so that's because they seem to make the male poses like they're so tough and they're so unapproachable, but a lot of the female poses make them seem a little bit more submissive. Like, say, this one, okay? You see what I'm saying? You don't get that kind of pose from a male. It's just they don't give you those. They don't make male submissive poses, and so you can do. That's what's really nice about having all of your Genesis 8 and Genesis 3 female poses that converted to 9. Okay, this is another female one. So it's like I have 10,000 poses here, okay? And so they're very nice. Now, as you can see, some of these are effeminate, you know, and that's what's kind of nice. He's holding a lantern, you know. It's really, actually, it gives you the ability to have one character being a little like kooky, you know, and I just love that about the figures. So this is was a very complex undertaking but you know what? You buy that pose converter, okay? We go to the DAS here. And you go to DAS Studio. And you go pose converter. All right? And you will find one here. It's a set. Okay, we're going to go back. Okay, we're back into one-click world. Pose Fusion. Converter bundle. Okay, Genesis 9. Batch pose converter. Pose converter. Okay, it's $20 right now. If you have it in your cart, you can get it for a lot more than that off. I mean, if it's in your wish list. But batch pose converter, batch pose converter. Okay, Genesis 9, Genesis 3 female, Genesis 3 male, Genesis 8, Genesis. Okay, so one of them converts on the fly. Okay, and I don't know why why there are two here. So this may actually convert. This bundle may give you includes the following products. Okay, Genesis 9 to 3 and 8. So you can take your Genesis 9 poses and convert them to 3 and 8. I'm not really interested in doing that, okay? And so what I would do is buy the bundle that gives you the 3 and 8 to 9. And this, I would buy the both of these really, but you don't need the pose. All you need is the batch pose converter, okay? That's all you need. And so right now this is $6. And this will make sure you get the right one, Genesis 3 and 8 to 9 batch pose converter, okay? And what you do is you tell it all of your Genesis figures poses are all, okay, I got to go back here. We don't see the software window. I'm sorry. Okay, so all of your, this is it. I just figured it out. I looked up and I saw my ugly face. And so, all right, all you see here. All right, this is the Genesis 9. I wonder when I switched that over, if I was showing you. This was barred. Oh, yeah, I did. Okay, I think because Art commented on the phrases, the phraseology. Now, so all you need, so we'll go back so I can show you this other product. This product has all 4 of them in it. It's $20. I don't think you need these. I'm sure you don't. Okay, unless you really are hell-bent on using Genesis 8 figures. Most of my poses are already Genesis 8, so but this will convert Genesis 9 poses to Genesis 8 and Genesis 3, but it will also convert your Genesis 9, this product here, and it will do it on the fly. So if you find a pose that is Genesis 3, you can just select your Genesis 9 figure, select the pose, open this script, and it will just apply that. It will convert that pose on the fly. That's not the way I recommend doing it. Okay, I recommend going in, spending about, it takes about an hour, okay, to convert all of, 10,000 poses, okay? All of your Genesis 3 male and female poses. So you would go into your library, to your characters, and you'd find where all the poses live, okay? And you can do that by going into your Genesis 8. Okay, this is 8 female mirror. Right-click, and you just go browse to file location. And it tells you that this is in your... Okay, these are actually in my thing. I have to go into my default one, where it would be default, and go to poses. And find, okay, by function... and find a Genesis 8 pose. Okay, they would probably be down at the bottom here. One of these. Okay, Genesis 8.1. Okay, browse to file location. And so this is in Genesis 8 male poses. So if you go up, all right, to Genesis 8 male, okay, you go up again. People, okay, so you go into Genesis 3, all right, and you'll find poses. So you select that in the program, and it'll find all the poses in there and convert them into a folder, okay? Then you go up again, all right? And then you go back down to Genesis 3 female. You have another poses. You select this folder, all right, in the program, in the script, and it will find all the poses in there and put them in a folder, okay? And it will convert them. All of them ones that it puts in that folder will be poses you can use on your Genesis 9. And then you go select Genesis 3 male, and you go into here and select poses, all right? And it will find all the poses in there, convert them all to Genesis 9, and put them in a folder, okay? It will do this. And so you just keep going. Then you go to Genesis 8, and you go and select poses, and you find, and this is all in your ByDad's 3D library, and it will find all the poses in there and put them in and convert them to Genesis 9 and put them in a folder, in the same folder, okay? And then we're in people, okay? Then you go to your Genesis 8.1 and male and female, and all your Genesis 8 male and female. So you do your Genesis 3, your Genesis 8, and Genesis. And by the time you're done all of your Genesis 8 male and female poses will be converted into Genesis 9, and they will work almost perfectly. I've never really found one that didn't. Well, maybe I found one or two that didn't work, but out of 10,000, okay? So now all of these poses work, okay? So then what happens is you end up with a folder here, okay? And this is the folder it created. I named it Genesis 3 and 8 to 9 poses, and it put all of these folders in here, okay? Look at all the poses it converted for me. Everything, every pose I've ever bought, it converted them all to Genesis 9, okay? Every pose. But the problem is that they're inside these folders. Okay, so I like this 3D universe. Even these poses, I can put this pose on him. It's a Genesis 9 pose. Okay? So there it is. It's like gaga goo goo. All right? And so it doesn't do expressions. You just have to use your own, make your own expressions. Okay? But every pose. So what you do is you right click, you go into the folder, you select all, right click, and you create a folder in your custom. And that's what I did. I went down into custom here, into categories, I mean, and I right clicked and I went into here and created poses 9. Okay? And so when I come up into here, now up into all these folders, okay, I just I went through every one of them, and there's a lot. As you can see, this is my pose folder. So I close it, it closes up. When I open it up, is a lot, okay? And so it took me almost 2 hours to go through and find every pose, like these poses here, select all, right click, and categorize, Genesis 9, and they're not in there. I don't know why I missed those, but I can put them in there now, okay? So accept, and now they're in there, okay? And now these, I'm sure these are in here, but like a select all, right click, categorize, see they're in there, okay? In poses, they're all in there. So I missed that little group, okay? And I can put these in. Now let's see. So that you just go down through. Those I'm sure are in there. Okay. And Genesis 3 male. Okay. So I select all of these. Right click. Control and A to and then right click. And as you can see, when I come into here, they're all in that Genesis, not that poses thing. Okay. So and then you just keep. Now these are just copies, okay, of those. And it doesn't matter whether if you use the Michael 7, they're all converted to Genesis 9, but you don't need copies of them, all right? And you don't need mirrors, because you can always use a script to mirror any pose, okay? So you don't need mirrors. All you need is one version of it, okay? You don't need all these mirrors. And if they give you body parts and stuff like that, you don't need them either. You need the full pose. You don't need the body poses and the hand poses, unless they're not part of a body pose. They're like separate poses, like a whole collection of hand poses. Then I know you don't like sitting that way. I'm sorry. Let's see. We'll put you in something even worse. Okay, where did you go? All right, we got to bring you back to 0. Well, he's like 490. Okay, 0. 11,000. It put him like on the other side of the moon. And we'll put him here. 0. Okay, that's how you bring him back. Okay. It's like, oh my God, I hate ants. So now so we're all set up, okay? This does look like different. So let's select all, And we go to categorize. And no, I guess I didn't save these ones. So pose 9. So I missed a few, but they're in there now. And Alibaba sword. Let's see if I have these. Some of these ones I think, oh, it's so violent, and so I don't save them. But then I make all kinds of images with people with swords. So it's not. Now you select all of these. Control A to select all. Categorize, and as you can see, these are in my poses as well. So you go down through them until all, you only have to do it once in your lifetime unless you accidentally delete your file, but you have to go down through all of these and find all the poses and put them in that folder, and then it's done. Past my bedtime. Art, you have a wonderful, wonderful night. We will see you soon. Good night, dear friend. Good night. Have a lovely, lovely night. Thank you for being here. You've been here, what, almost 3 hours. A long time. So, yes, you take care, and we're going to just trudge on through this. So until all of your poses are down here, I guess we'll find the quickest way to close this down. Until you've put all of your poses just singly. Yes. So been a wonderful night, Art. It's nice, very nice having you here, friend. Very nice. So, categories. So they are in here in my, and once they're in this categories and they have something in the folder, they will show up here. Okay, we'll close the default, then they show up here. So all of those Genesis 9, Genesis 8, male and female, Genesis 8:1, male and female, and Genesis 3, male and female, they're all in here. Okay, see, this is Genesis 3. Let's see, Genesis 3 male. Okay, so we put that on. This is a Genesis 3 pose that we're putting on him. Okay, and it works perfectly. Every one of these work. So you might see that his hand is going through his chest a little bit. Okay, it's never perfect. Okay, so his fingers are going through his chest. Okay, so all you do is you can fix that with one move. Control L. All right, is we twist like that, and then it's fixed. And we twist it in a little bit, like this way. So we don't need it that far. So we can have him like touching himself. All right, like that. And it's like, oh my gosh, where have you been? It's been so long since I've seen you. Okay, so now I just got... Okay, so I think I've pretty much covered this topic. As you can see now, I have all my hair. Figures, you can do the same thing with your figures. You can put all your Genesis 9 figures in here, Genesis 8 figures, so they're only figures. They don't have eyes, they don't have all that other stuff, so you can just find your figures in a snap, okay? All of your figures, or just... So I have these are all Genesis 9 figures. So they're all in here. I think I might have more than that. So it all depends. I'm just kind of resurrecting this thing. Okay, so this is the grizzly, the brown bear. I don't think he's Genesis 9. This is Genesis 8. So no, they're not. I'll probably take these all out. Okay, so I can just come in here and select all, right click, remove references. Yeah. Okay. And oh, actually I have more. Select all. Remove references. Yes. Until they're all gone. Okay. And then I can come in here to Smart Content. And I can go here and select my Genesis 9. Come here. Go to Default Content. Figures. And it's only going to select Genesis 9 figures because I have the Smart Content on. And I have my figure selected. Okay, so it's only going to select figures. So then I come here and I select one, Control A, right click, categorize, Genesis 9. And I have some of those in here. I don't know why. Oh, because of maybe eyebrows. And so we go to Figures 9, accept. Okay, now all of these figures are here. Okay, these are my Genesis 9 figures. All the Genesis 9 figures. And some of them are HD ones. Some of them, you have to kind of look into them and see which ones are why there's two. So, but these are all Genesis 9 figures. And that would be male and female figures. See, we've got Shyler, and we've got Ginger, Joan. We got the both. Yeah, and so it's very awesome. Now, so, and what's nice is I can come up here, turn that off, and only those figures are in there. Now, okay, this is my default, but I can go into my stuff now and find that figures here. And I can search, okay, and find Nathan, okay? I can just search my setup of content, okay? And why there's two of these, okay? One doesn't say actor, one does, okay? Okay, these two say HD. That's why there's 4. So there's nothing wrong here. It's just that one is not, these two are not HD. And why there are 2 of them here, I don't know about that either. But it's not because they're listed twice in there. Because as you can see, one says actor and one does not. And then these say HD. One says actor, one does not. So I'm not sure exactly what that is. But they both say they're characters. And let's see, we can find Wagner. There he is, and all of his other different characters, the Wagner characters. He's pretty. So yeah, this these are the Wagner characters, 9 HD. And why there's 2 of them, one says actor and one doesn't, I don't know. I don't know about that. But okay, it might be because no, because it's only searching now. You see, if I put Wagner here, it doesn't show up. It's only searching in the folder. Now when I stick that, it finds it because there's Wagner stuff in here. It's only searching in the folder we have selected. So it's very precise now. And what's really nice is I could come down here and we can create another category called, create a subcategory called environments. Okay, and we come up here now, go to default, and go to environments. And we can just go into these environments because there's like a bunch of, okay, we're going to go to products. Or I could go into here actually, but we go into products, okay, the old Arabian market, environment. I just want the scene, okay, so we go into environments, put that in there. So that I can just put some scenes in real quick. Courtyard, environment. Okay, we have 2 different sets with full lights on. We'll put them in. One off, one on. Environments, put that in there. And I have a ton of environments. Okay, this is the subway. Well, okay, half station, full station, environments. Okay, so it's a way to get really precise. The beach, cabana, right click, categorize, environments. But eventually, it would probably take me, like I have a lot of environments. It would probably take me, you know, a couple of hours, or maybe an hour or a couple of hours to go through and find each scene, just the scene, categorize. But then I don't have to go through each and all this stuff. Or if I go like to environments over here, I have all kinds of crazy stuff in here, okay? And it's not listed the way I want it, all right? And so the way to do it is to go through here, environments, and I have all these different scenes right here, categorize, environments, but they're specific sets, okay? I just got this lake mansion today. This has a ton of stuff. I'm going to put it all in there. Categorize, environments. That is a mega scene. I think I paid $20 for that. Okay, dramatic clouds. We don't. Okay, this is another one. Environments. Right click, categorize, environments. Boom. And this one, it remembers where you were. That's nice. Environments. I'm going to put all these in here. Sets, categorize, environments. And we have this now. Mountain snow add-on environments. We got all these different environments. Categorize. Environments. Okay, so now when I go look down here, I have these environments. Boom. Boom. All right, now they're all just like really, I can go and look through my environments and say, oh, I want this. And what's nice is it's up in the smart content as well. It's right here under my, in my settings here. Oh, we have to close this down to see it. Maybe it hasn't shown up yet. Genesis 9. Okay, it hasn't shown up yet in here for some reason, but I'm not too upset about that yet because I'm just going to go through here, and these are some other environments. Oh, these are VDBs. Okay, we want these in our render. So categorize, HDRIs. Okay, that helped that. And GenLabs environments. Okay, here we go. Right click, categorize environments. So you just, it's just because it's so hard to find stuff, and some things are just not even listed in smart content, and this is how you do it. Environments. So we have the flight meeting room, the New York stairs, environments. Now I could do a search for environments, but many things will not be tagged as an environment, and so you won't see it. Right click, categorize, environment. Okay, so I'm not going to bore you with me going through 2,000 environments. Okay, but okay, would you like to cancel? I'm glad it lets you cancel now. It used to just like delete your scene and not like. So what do we got here? Let's take this environment. We got a ton of cameras. We're going to get rid of them. And we're going to take this Lanku. We're going to just Move it down a bit. And over. And we got a bar going right through him. What's this look like in Iray? Do we have any natural light in here? Or I think there's no roof on it. I don't think there's a roof on this. I don't think it's going to let me render this. I've been doing too many like low-level things, and my render settings. Remember, I did all that render setting weird stuff. Okay, so if I can go out of here, maybe if I just change my render settings to something else, it might snap out of it. Let's go 2000, or let's go. I think that's what I had. Let's go 1000. And we'll save this. Okay, why am I at Manfred? Okay, I was supposed to be at Manfred 2. Okay, save as. So I guess I loaded and overwrote my other Manfred. Kind of sucks. Alright, so let's see if this will render. Control R. It won't go into Iray, but it might render. Okay, no, something. I've got stuff in the memory. It's like something's clogged up the memory. It's just all this work that I've been doing. It's a good idea to close it down anyway and let it save all of my stuff. I mean, categorizing like 10,000 poses can kind of send Daz into a stupor. And it's not deleting the stuff from the scene very quickly. Not sure why. There might be just something in that scene that has some kind of floating pointer or redundancy that is just won't let it render. I don't know. I've never tried to use that scene. But we'll find out. We are going to find out. And when we do. So we lost Art. I hope Art is having a wonderful night. And he said good night to everybody here that he knows is here. It's very nice to have you here, people. Very, very nice. So why is this deleting objects like continuously? Something in the scene was just not right, and I don't want to close this incorrectly, or it may not remember some of my edits. So I'm going to let it clear the scene. Control Alt Delete. Let's see what's going on with our memory performance. Okay, the GPU is to its 2%. Now it's 1%. Still trying to delete stuff. Now you see, look, the memory is still half full. So it's not, and it's just deleting it very slowly. Okay, I might have to throw a crowbar into this, because I'm not going to wait too long. I'm not a very patient man. I've gotten better in my old age. Almost to a fault, where I'm so patient sometimes that I give people a chance to kind of swindle me. But that's how you learn people's character. I was selling something on eBay, and somebody contacted me through email and said, well, we put the money into an escrow account and we can't get it out, and they won't release the money until you send us the product. And so here's our address. It's like they wanted me to just send, and I kept, so I gave them like a whole day and a half to kind of like but then I kind of figured it out. It was like, they want me to send the product. I don't have any proof that they've actually paid it. Why didn't eBay tell me they paid it? It's like, because they didn't. They didn't pay for it. They just want me to send it. And once it's already sent in the mail, it's like, what can I do? So I just sent something off, a $600 camera to, but I gave them like 2 days because they bought it on eBay, but they didn't pay for it. And how they were able to do that, I don't know. So and then they just kind of sent me an email saying, oh, we'd like to know a little more about the camera before we pay for it. And then somebody sent me an email that said that it's been paid for, and they're a very reputable client, and we will release the funds as soon as they receive the camera. And it's like, who are you? You're not eBay. Yeah, it was and then after I canceled the sale, eBay contacted me and said, we caught them. And they were, we hope you didn't get swindled. And it's like, well, no, I didn't. All right, so we're going to close this down. I'm not going to wait for this. So I have 2 DAZ studios open. Maybe if I close the other one, this one will close. That could be, it could be waiting for that one to get closed. We'll give it another moment. Performance, what's happening here? Okay, it went down a tiny bit, so maybe it's actually emptying the RAM now. I would really not like to let this sit for a while and kind of, because I did a lot of changes to DAZ, and I'm not sure that it will record them if I let this crash. It's like emptying the RAM very slowly. It says 12%, 0% utilization. So some kind of floating. Maybe it did save it. But this isn't going down at all. It's saying that 12% of the RAM is being used, I believe. That's what it means. I don't know why it thinks I have 71 gigs of memory. It says 12.7% of 71 gigs. And I only have 24. Like Windows? Really? I think I have 70. I wish I did. So even if I had 2 of these graphics cards, it'd only be 48 gigs. Alright, so that's enough. I'm not going to wait any longer. It's still at 12.4. It's going up and down and up and down. So we're going to go to processes, and we're going to throw a monkey wrench in here. End task. Hopefully, I might have to just redo some of those things. I'll know if my environments are there. Okay. If they're not, then it didn't write them in. And, oh, they are. Okay, so, and now let's see if we can reload. New, let's open up. Okay, that's why it's called Manfred is the other one. This is Manfred. Okay, so I didn't overwrite him. This is Manfred. Okay, I remember now when I saved Manfred, I saved him in a scene within one of my folders there. Okay, let's see if Manfred will. He'll render. He'll render now that we have a nice fresh environment for him to get loaded into. I think. Okay. Now let's Control L. Let's see, put some light on the scene. And I think I had him looking from this direction. Yeah. And let's lift his leg up a little bit here so it's not. Okay. All right. And we go to parameters, bend. There's one. So his leg isn't going through the floor. Z. I don't know what I just bent there, but okay. Render. Okay, I want to change my render settings to 2000. Alright, there we go. See how quickly it was to just change my settings there? So, it's going to render this time. There. Oh no, it didn't. So there's something in this scene that's not, it's probably not Manfred. Okay, so we delete this Lankau, alright, and render, and suddenly it works. No, something with Manfred. What if we turn off his hair? No. Maybe it's my tone mapper options. We'll delete these in the environment options. And then we'll go back into Iray and have him bring him back in. Now let's render. No, it's something to do with my Genesis 9. Let's delete him out. Now see if it renders. Oh, because there's nothing in the scene. Alright, let's put Genesis 9 figures. Let's put in Flynn. Okay. It is nice to have things up here to just click on real quick. So I'm going to leave these because I have a feeling that I'm going to use them because they're really quick. Okay, like this right here to put pants on him. Okay, why that didn't work. Okay, maybe. Alright, I think I just crashed it again. Sometimes these can crash, Daz. When you click and click and click and click and don't give them a chance to think. Alright, close this down. Close the program. Alright, let's close this. Open this. Okay, we'll go to Genesis 9 again. Figures. Put Flynn in again. Now we're starting with a completely new scene. Okay. Clothing. Have a wonderful sleep. Serenity's Gate, you take care. Thank you for hanging out. I'm only going to be here a little while longer. I think. I'm not sure. I don't think I'm going to be here for another like 3 hours. I don't think so tonight. So, but we shall see. Is my content here, the HDRIs and the environments are still here. And let's see, will this render or is something like seriously wrong? So you have a wonderful night. Thanks for being here so long. I think you've been here for, 3.5 hours. Thank you, Serenity's Gate, for being part of the chat and being part of the tutorial today. I appreciate it very, very, very much. Very much. Both you and Art. Very nice to have you here. Okay, so this is rendering now. So I don't know what it was. Okay, there was this Lankau complete. Let's merge this into the scene and see what happens. Okay. All right, let's just render it and see if there's something seriously wrong with this. What is wrong here? Okay, so I don't believe it's this environment. Look at this. This is cool. It's like, oh no, they cemented me in. I was just standing here and I need somebody to break my feet out. So that would be terrible. So it was Manfred. Something on his body, something could have been his hair, something moving all this stuff around. It can do it. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go back to another one of my scenes here, this first Manfred one. There was something cool here. Would you like to save changes? No, I guess we're all good with that. Something wrong with that scene. It has to do with Manfred. So this was a scene that I did earlier, and I think it came out. It was just really beautiful, and I said, okay, I'm going to save this so that I can come back to it. And so we're going to go back to it and see if we got Manfred in here. Will it render? That's the question. Or is there something wrong with Manfred? Because I haven't really been trying to render anything here. I've been just trying to... Oh no, it is rendering. Look at this. See, this is really cool. Oh, but my camera angle. I lost my camera angle because I didn't have a camera in the scene. So we have to turn on Iray. And get our camera angle back. And there's our camera angle. Look how nice that is. Go like this. That is beautiful. But we got to get him out of the gym shorts. I don't think those work. And there's something weird about his fingernails. What's going on with his fingernails? Let's put a camera in the scene. We got to always make a scene every time we do this stuff. Okay, and so we're going to lock the camera. I'm still going to use these because they're so quick. So I'm going to keep these. I'm going to just incorporate them also, and if something seems quicker to just find something here, but if not, I'll just click here, the tab, go back, and go into here, and I have all this stuff here. But these are just kind of like right there, so also, so I'm not getting rid of them. I'm just gonna incorporate both, but I'm going big and heavy into this because, like right now, like my poses, see, I only have like 4. There's 1, 2, 3, 4 thing of poses. This is just to get a really quick pose on my figure, okay? And I don't like the way that doesn't close, but if I need to go through some poses, we're going to go here, and this is going to be, look at the poses here, and they're all Genesis 9. So this is really, really amazing here. This is Genesis 3 male. Okay, I can put that on my Genesis 9. Okay, so I want to put something that looks kind of, that doesn't look like gym shorts on him. I don't think I want to put jeans. So I want to put like maybe a Roman, a gladiator kind of pants thing. So we go into default, products, and that would be wardrobe. And here. What's this Monkey Kong thing look like? No. Tunic. Oh, I didn't realize. Okay. That's a nice tunic right there. So, I don't want to go too fast here. I could do a search but I don't really know what it would be called. Skirt, okay, but here, how about this? Knee guard, shoulder guard, forearm. Nope, that's doesn't look like what I saw there for. Oh, here we go. Oh, that's not it. I'm kind of feeling like Hexagon is going to come into this thing tonight. Because if I go back too far, I'm going to end up with something that I'm going to need to fix with Hexagon. Which is okay. I'll see it. It'll be right here somewhere. What's this look like? It's Genesis 8. Oh, there we go. That's cool. Now we can get rid of the underwear. Where are the swim shorts? Okay, and I don't think I've got to do anything with that. Let's run a simulation, see if it's Iray. Okay, we're going to save this. File, save as. Okay, I've got my perspective view. Let's go to my camera view. And have that locked. Okay, that's good. And now we've got to look. I want to look at his fingernails. What's wrong with his fingernails? Okay, they're going through his arm. Okay, let's try this hand. Parameters, let's bend it in. Okay, go here. L to light it up a little bit. Light it up. Bend. Okay, we got that. Got these fingers. Now we got to do these fingers. Bend. And bend. Bend. Okay, I knew there was something wrong with his hand. Bend. Okay, and we come through this way. And this one's just got to be twisted a little bit. Twist. Like that. And bend this. Twist. Okay, I'm going to use this. I just pull this hand over. What's wrong here? Why isn't it working? Well, that Z was terrible. Right hand. That's not going to work. Okay, not sure why, but okay, we can just fix it this way. One, and then fix these fingers here. And you can't even see them, they're like way behind him, but I'll fix them anyway. It's just the way I am, a little bit of a perfectionist. Okay, that looks good. And how about the front here? We got a little bit of an issue there. See this V here? That's something that should be fixed in, okay, which we can do. All right, so let's actually go take this bottom. All right, let's save this. And then let's go to Hexagon. File. Send to Hexagon. Hexagon. All right. Where is it? Okay, see, we got a problem there. And we select this. And we go to Utilities. No, Paint. This soften tool, want to make it a little bigger, a little bit bigger than that. Okay, let's fix that. Just pull it together. Pull it together, people. All right, see this? Okay, I think that's too big. We'll go down to 4. I don't want to take out all of the natural wrinkles and stuff that are in the cloth. I just want to pull that together. Smoothen it. Okay, how are we doing? That's done it. No, it hasn't. Oh, there's stuff inside. Now, are there parts, different parts that I can get at? I don't see that I can. But as you can see inside here, there are some other issues. We can fix them by just kind of getting up in here. They're probably not things you'll see. But we're going to try to fix them anyway. Okay, now let's do the front. And we got some serious issues here, see? Pull all this together. Okay, in there, here. Like I said, I don't want to take out the natural like folds and wrinkles in the fabric. I just want to fix these weight map issues. You can't really see those in there, so I think we've got this covered. But you can see that. See that little V? Gotta fix that. Okay. And I think there's a way to kind of peel away some of these layers in here. Okay, look. Here they are. We can just skirt. Okay, that's how we select just different parts. And I think we can hide them. Okay, what did that just do? Now we're able to kind of fix this inner part, which is horrible. I can't tell what I'm doing. Okay, that's to hide the texture. I'm not sure what I'm doing. I think I'm going to leave it here because if I do too much, I'm going to ruin it. Shading domains. This is pretty cool here. Skirt. Hide domain faces. Now it doesn't look. I look suddenly having a coughing attack. All right, you can't really see those. Okay, we'll see. Okay, see, that's what that did. And it put it back. Okay, we're going to just go out. I think we got it. Oh, there's something here. Okay, something here. All right. Now we go out. Would you like to send changes to Daz? Yes. Looked like there was still stuff there, so, but maybe it's so dark you really can't see it. Reverse deformations. Yes. Accept. Okay. And now we go into our parameters and down to the bottom. There's our new morph. And that fixed it. And the back. Well, it's better. I could still go back in and add another morph. So there's something there that's kind of screwed up, but I don't think you can see that from the camera. All right, so we go back to the camera. No, you can't. So that works. Save this. Oh, good. Oh, all right. You were saying good night to Javier. I mean, it's good night to Serenity's Gate. Okay, friends. So let's see what we have now. Let's go into Iray. To Iray. Oh, look at that. Let's scatter some grass. Oh, we can't. This is an HDRI. The only way we could do it is I don't know how we do this, but this is it. This is the image, I guess. We could maybe put some bushes here, but put some bushes in maybe. But I kind of like the desolate look. I wish I could put some footprints. Let's see what happens when we render. So as you can see, I'm going to be very busy putting my content into my custom. Now something's wrong with, okay, his feet. What I have to do is manually put, and this doesn't look very good here, but it's okay. Looks like his beard's going through his chest. I don't know about that. I'm wondering what would happen if we ran a simulation. We'll fix these things, okay? And the hair on his legs doesn't seem to be working right or showing right. So what we're going to do, we're going to take the hair off and give him different hair. That will just simplify that problem. Okay, so we go with beards. Okay, chin braids, abdomen. Okay, this is the arms. Delete those. Legs. Okay, we'll get rid of that hair. And we go back into our, select our figure. One of these. Okay, I think I'm kind of back. I think I'm worse, but we'll see. I have think of for a ball here, passing. Okay, do I have a voice now? I think I do. All right, where one of these is going to say body hair, hair body. Okay, we're going to grab this hair instead. Let's just put it on and it works kind of hair. Takes a moment for it to seat itself. And then all we've kind of really, I want to look and see what's going on with his beard, if it's actually going through. And I want to run a simulation. So we'll save this. Okay, the hair looks better on the legs. I don't think I added the right, you put the hair on and then you have to add like hair to it or something like that. I'm not sure that I did that right. Or, okay, so he's got hair, and now we go with running a quick simulation. Let's see what happens when we do this. Oh, it's probably going to, I didn't turn off the simulate from, okay. Can I cancel this? No, it's not letting me. Oh, my computer's going through that so fast. I'm going to cancel this. I don't want to simulate him from that. Okay, we're going to take and simulate him just where he is. All right, let's try this again. That is like twice as fast as my 23090s. Especially the way it just kind of plows through the end of that. That is so amazing. So we are working with a 4090 now. Okay. It's obviously doing something. It's doing something with his pants, yeah, and his... I maybe should have run this simulation before I went into Hexagon, but we'll see what we have now. Let's just hope it looks better. I may end up back in Hexagon. I think it already looks better. Let's just hope it doesn't explode on us. And I think it's simulating his hair also. Uh-oh, we got a poke out on the hair. I think what we have to do is turn off the hair so it doesn't simulate. Because we got a problem there. Cancel. Cancel. Will you let me cancel? We can't have a poke out like that. It's like he's a unicorn. Is it going to let me cancel? Close it. Go away. All right. It closed it. Clear. I'm really like pushing this program to the limits. Clear. Okay, we cleared that. So what we do is just hide the hair. Viking hair, I guess. No, that's not the hair. What's the Viking hair? I think that's the beard. Maybe that's been the problem all along is I have two hairs here. Okay. Let's get up to his face. Viking hair. What's up with this? All right, we're going to get rid of the eyebrow card because we're not using those eyebrows. I didn't do his eyes, so they're kind of still sunken into his face. And this is the Arden hair. So if we hide the Arden hair, okay, we have this Viking hair. Okay, I think that's just a cap. Okay, so we don't need that cap. That may be why his hair messed up, but I don't really care if his hair gets... So we're going to hide the hair for now. We're going to fix his eyes. Okay, they're like bulging right out of his face. Left eye. Parameters. Let's get out of Iray. Okay. It's not selected. Okay, we're in some kind of other mode, like mesh grabber or something mode, some weird mode. Okay, there's one. Two. As long as they're okay. I don't really like the eyebrows either, so we're going to do something with the eyebrows. Okay, let's go here. That's what we have this stuff for. Save this. Okay, I want to go to my stuff, browse. And we go here to browse. Select this guy. And this is why we do it this way. Let's check this out in Iray. Those are kind of nice, but what about these? I think the other ones were nicer, but let's see. Those are nice. Z. Control Z. I think I like those. Nope. Let's see. Those are more like it. I think we'll go with them. All right, so then we're going to go back to our camera. Okay, we're going to go back out of Iray. Save this again. We have the hair turned off so it won't simulate. And then we're just going to go back to simulation. Simulate his pants. Now I might have to turn off his body hair, because that could really mess up the simulation. Sometimes you have to turn off the body hair because now that looks like it's really settling nice on him. Let's see what we get. It's just like perfect. Love these cloth simulations. They are amazing. So that I shouldn't have done that morph for until after the hexagon morph. I shouldn't have done that until like after, and I don't think I really need to do anything right now. But let's take a look at the back. Remember that piece that stuck out in the back? Let's see if this kind of got fixed. And it really didn't. It's something that should be kind of fixed in Hexagon, but well, let's do it. Just kind of go in and play around with Hexagon for a little bit. Where are these clothing? KO bottom, I think that's it. It is. Alright, so we go, let's save this. We can add another morph to this, I think. File, send to Hexagon. Where is it? Hexagon. Alright, you have to make sure you have the 64-bit version of Hexagon. Okay. See, this is all messed up here. We still have some kind of messed up stuff in here. I don't think smoothing, it takes the smoothing off. And sometimes you can smooth it from inside. Okay. So let's get this selected. UV paint. Here, smoothing, softening tool. Okay, let's do this and get the bottom here. I'm gonna make this a little larger. When you make it larger, then it has to do more geometry at once. So we'll go 4. And so it can make it like jerkier to kind of work with. Yeah, I want to take that little dip out of there. Smoothing that out. And what's going on with this? We're going to have some smoothing tools soon, right in Daz Studio. That is going to be so amazing when Mesh Grabber 2 comes out. It is going to be so amazing. Very amazing. Will it be better than this? Let's hope so. Okay, I think that kind of worked with that. Worked. It's okay. We'll go up through here a little bit more just to kind of... Those don't look like they're crunched up in there. This is just like working perfectly. Now I can increase the strength of it, but I think I don't want to do too much because it's kind of okay the way it is. Let's see the front here now. Let's just smoothen this out a little bit here. And this doesn't look good in here. Down in here. That's why we do this. I don't want to do too much around the legs because, well, I just have to use mesh grabber to pull it away from is if it goes too deep in. Okay. I think this is okay. Soft smoothing that out a little bit. This. Okay, I think I'm done with this. I don't want to do too much. A tiny bit in here. Just to relax some of the fabric. Tiny bit. Now this doesn't look right. I think I'm going to leave it. Now there's a way to turn off these things. Alright, we're going to leave those. I just don't dare do anything with them. End up ruining them. Alright, out we go. Would you like to send changes to Dad's studio? Yes. Hexagon. Reverse formations, yes. Accept. Okay, we're going to call this Morph 2. Very original name. Click OK. Okay. Parameters. And all the way to the bottom. Morph 2. Look at that. Alright. I could have smoothened these out a little more, but alright, I think it's going to work. Go back to our camera. Turn the yard and hair back on. Okay, we already did our simulation. Okay, so now what we've got to do is take our HDRI. We'll save this. Take our HDRI here, environment options, and we're going to turn off, make the ground manual. See where it says ground position is auto. I'm going to make it manual. Turn on Iray so I can line it up to his feet better. Okay, we're going to get to our perspective view. It's almost did it. Okay, we're going to take this foot. What's the twist? I'm going to twist it this way. Foot. And we're going to bend it. That. Twist it some more. It's too much. I'm gonna this way. Wow. I guess that bent it. Okay, I think that works. Back to the camera. Save this. Now I'm going to add a couple of bushes here. Just see what they look like. So we go to my default content. Bush. These are the bushes we want. All right. Parameter Z. There's one. Okay, parameters Y. And then take another large bush. Okay. We'll give it this texture again. Parameters Y. X translate. Kind of takes away a little bit away from the solitary kind of look of things. But let's see what it renders like. Save it. Okay, I want to look at his beard. See what's... I'm sure it's going right through his chest. Maybe not. We'll see. We'll see. Yeah, it is. Okay, so we're gonna... This part's okay. It's just his goatee here. That part's behind him, so you can't, doesn't matter. There might be some... Okay, see, I don't see... chin braid. I don't see any morphs. Okay, so we're going to have to use mesh grabber. So we go to mesh grabber. And I think this is dForce hair. It's not going to let me braid. What if we try the chin braid here? Well, that's going to let me. All right. We got to get down a little lower than that. Okay. As low as possible here. What if we can twist it? That's not it. Alright, let's pull it out. And up. And out. Once I can get a hold of the bottom, he's got a little chin thing there. Now I'm stretching it like horribly. Can I bring it up? I think I've totally messed this up. Let's get out of Iray. Okay, I don't know that I should try to fix this. Z. How far can I go back? Okay, I'm just not sure that I should. Alright, there's one other possible way to fix this. And that is to take his neck, okay. Right shoulder, spine 1, spine 4, is it? Okay, his shoulder just disappeared. But I still, okay, that bush in back is making me so I can't see. It's like an illusion. Okay, now we can see. So what we'd have to do is grab a hold of this thing again. Chin braid. We're still in mesh grabber. Make this large, like 10. And pull it up. I don't know what if I can do this. Pull it out. And up. Rotate it out. And up. And up. What's happening? I think we lost his whole chin and everything, so I don't know if that's enough. What happened to his arm? Okay, I turned off everything here. Spine 4. No, it pulled it right away from his chin. See? We're going to have to leave it. can't really tell. I don't think. So just trying to think about any other way to, there's probably a way to do this. And I think now if we look and find out, there probably is a way, and the way would be, okay, and now I know how to do this. No, I don't think that's dForce. Now, because if it was dForce, okay, chin, braids, chin. Okay, let's go here and find the product. Smart content, braids, chin. We have to put this like that into parentheses. And there it is. Okay. Now we explore the product. Okay, I want to find this is called Viking fiber. Set for Ivar. And see, it doesn't say anything about dForce. So we go to products, Viking, hair, what was it, hair set? I think I got it wrong, I'm not sure. Viking hair set. Now what was that again? Viking fiber hair. Okay, find it for me. Oh, I got Viking spelled wrong. Alright. Then we go here. Yeah, see, this isn't... It's not dForce, but you know what? I could maybe add dForce to it. And it's not too hard to try and see. So what we do is we go to parameters and we hide his pants. Okay, because we already got his pants done with dForce. Those are the bottoms, okay, hide them. And then what we do is hide the hair. Remember, we gotta turn off the hair. We don't want to mess with that either. Hip. This would be the Yarden hair, okay. And then we take this, we just bring the chin beard, braids, beard, sideburns. Okay, I'm gonna save this before we try this. Okay, and I'm going to turn off his chest hair just so it doesn't interfere with that, which is where torso hair. Okay, and I don't think it's going to interfere with his eyebrows or eyelashes. Okay, so what we do is we go to the armpit hair. No, not armpit, the sideburns. I don't know that I'm going to put dForce on that. We'll do the beard braids and the mustache. Okay, not the mustache, the beard braid. Okay, what's these sideburns? Okay. They don't really touch anything, so I'm going to leave them. Beard braids, what's this? Okay, those don't really touch anything, but we're going to do them. The mustache chin braid. The mustache, okay, now I don't think the mustache hangs down low enough to do anything, so we're going to hide that. And we're just going to do the chin braid. Okay, that's here. When we turn the chin braid off, beard braid. Okay, and the sideburns with side braids chin area. Okay, I think this sideburn braid. Okay, I don't know if I dare do all these, but we'll go the chin braid and okay, so we'll start with this one. Edit, object, geometry, add dForce modifier, dynamic surface. Okay, this one, edit, object, geometry, add dForce modifier, and this one, edit, object, geometry, add dForce modifier. Okay, and then we're going to simulate our simulation. We're going to turn them back to start bones, and we're ready to try simulate. Okay, that put him back in his original pose. This is either going to be horrific or it's going to work. Or I might have to simulate each part separately because they may interfere with each other. And it is taking a long time to turn that into dForce, like every hair. I don't think this is going to work. Ye of little faith. I don't think I needed to do the sideburns because they don't really hang long enough, and they don't, but on the other side they do. So this is taking a long time. All for like probably a 20% chance of success. We'll see. $20 might be a little bit high. This could take like 20 minutes. I don't know. It's going along. It could just speed up all of a sudden, just speed right up. Now, if it explodes, then there's a possibility I might have to like do each piece separately. It's amazing how many, just in that hair set, how many elements are within it, like each point on each hair. It's boggling to think that the years and years and years of computer programming has brought us to this point where, and to computer hardware, where it generally can go through, you know, that much computing without finding an error, you know, and, you know, it's, and that there's just the errors, there aren't so many errors built deep within the machine that it just can't really do anything at some point, that everything has been perfectly made for so many years that it all's working together, like just all the code that's in the RAM and the code that's in the processor of in the graphics card, and all the little diodes and inductors and resistors and capacitors and just all of that stuff all working together and not failing, nothing failing, and being able to just go through, where is 160,000 springs or whatever they are in that hair, in just that hair. This would be a prime candidate for, like, oh yeah, you can simulate it, but it won't render. So there's also that possibility that it's just like it's turned it into too complicated of a thing and it just won't render. There's that possibility as well. But it'd be interesting if it did render, you know, if it just did it. And then suddenly we've got that hair just sitting on his chest just beautifully in that pose. That would pay off. Because it's not touching his, it's not, the way it is right now in that A pose, it's not poking through his body yet. So as he slowly moves and it starts to and it's still working on the beard braid, then it's got to do the chin braid in the bottom and the chin braid. Okay, it says okay, so it hasn't started the chin braid yet. I don't see that it is. Yeah, it's still on the beard braids beard. Oh. Okay. Still on the beard's braids beard. I hope it doesn't have to go all the way to the end. I think it's gonna jump to the other ones. I have a feeling as it gets towards the end, it's going to go very, very fast, but it's going quite fast now. Actually, it's starting to speed up. You can actually see the progress bar moving. And the other elements, like the chin braid, isn't as big as the okay, I wonder if it already did the chin area. I have so little faith in this working. I should have tried just like one element of it. Like if just the chin one. And turned off the other two. But that other part, the braid's chin area, that was going through his chest also. Now it's moving really fast. It's like moving in chunks. Let's see what we have here.
No doubt how I feel about you. I figured it out, everything about you. Honey, it's true, and all that you do, inside and out, it's what love is about. What we may find, a love so divine, an answer to bind forever in time. Love never sleeps, the river runs deep, a promise to keep, love it shall reap. Feelings will grow, feelings will grow within our heart, within our heart. This love will know.
Would we go for
This
5?
love will know. Never too hard. There is no doubt.
Why is that coming through in
How I feel about you. I figured it out. Everything about you. Honey, it's true.
Why is that coming through in mono?
All that you do. Inside and out. It's what love is about.
Okay, that's that. No, I needed them separate. Here we go. We're on the chin braid. That's me and my friend Chad. I wrote the song, and that's him playing my Les Paul guitar. And that's both of us singing together. I wrote the song, and I said, Chad, you gotta come by and help me record this. And that's Chad, right? That's us. No, that's me singing. I try to kind of sound more like Chad so that we blend in. But that's me.
Angels will fly into the great sky, and they will shine on what's yours and what's mine. Love it will tie, love it will tie for eternity. For eternity, and love will abide. Love will abide. Love will be free. Love will be free. There is no doubt how I feel about you. I figured it out. Everything about you. Honey, it's true. In all that you do. Inside and out. It's what love is about. Never without what love is about.
That song is called About. About. And
Take my hand and lead me to love's doorway.
there we go. We're almost done here.
We'll walk out into the field, the sweet grass growing tall. And I cherish all of your ways.
This is going to be a disaster.
Forever on and on. Love's a moment we can share, what we find in time.
Here we go. Is this going to work?
And love's a treasure of many riches, and love is a bountiful pleasure, and we found love that we seek, and we
It's not doing anything.
found everything our hearts require. Forever on and on.
Uh-oh. Now this might be those things interacting together. We have some movement. It doesn't look very good. And it's going like really slow. Now it could, sometimes when you do a dForce simulation, it jumps up in the air like that, then it kind of settles down. Is this gonna work?
So love is fine in all its glory, and you are my love story, and I will always be there.
It's not doing much. It's going really slow. I've never had a simulation go this slow, like ever.
Doubt what our love is about, and we will endure every storm and detour.
I don't think I'm gonna sit this out. Like, it's just not doing anything. Okay, he's already like he's not moving into his pose, which he's supposed to be doing, and then it's supposed to oh, there he is. He's just barely moving at all. He's supposed to be moving into his pose, and it's like taking a really long time to just move him into his pose. And then the hair's supposed to simulate, and the hair's kind of done something funky on the side. At least it hasn't like blown up. So there's a possibility of, I think what I'll try to do if this doesn't work, and I'm not going to do this here, but I'm going to try to just do the chin alone. And I still have to do it from the memorized, start from the memorized pose. This is just taking a really long time to do this. Like, really long time. So, I think this is going to probably do it for me tonight. So I think we're going to end it here. And I'm expecting this to blow up at any minute. What's really weird is it hasn't drooped down like melted wax or something, or it hasn't like done any. It's just kind of popped up in the air a little bit. And sometimes a simulation will do that. So it's not yet a disaster, but I can't see what's happened on the other side of his face. That something doesn't look right here. So, all right, people, thank you for watching. Angus, we have Javier and Chaotic Diablo. And Serenity's Gate is there. They have gone to bed already. And Art, bless them. And thank you, people, for watching. And who else has chimed in tonight? I guess that's it. Yes, you people. Oh, okay. We had, yeah, I guess that's it. And Art was like the first one in tonight. And Angus, you take care. People, take care. Have a wonderful rest of your evening. And I will see you again in the next EZ3D. We got to do some cool sunglasses here. And thanks for watching. And take care, people. And we'll see you again in the next EZ3DTV. Please like, subscribe, click the bell for notifications, and leave comments. And if you would like to, and there we go, the hair blow up. It didn't work. So I don't think, now it could be because it's all interacting together. So I could maybe the chin, I might be able to do just the chin or do them in separate batches. So that's something, look for this in the Daz forum, in the Daz gallery. See how this comes out. I hope this has been helpful. I hope that this part setting up your customizing your content is helpful. I hope it will be helpful because I know it's going to be massively helpful for me. So, all right, take care, people. I will see you again in the next. Let me slide down here. That is Sigmund's theme. Yes, they're in the back clapping their hands, and Sigmund has some finger symbols that he's playing. They're very tiny. You can't see them, but they're there. All right. Take care. Have a good night. Good night, people. Javier, good night. Chaotic Diablo. You guys are awesome. And he can't breathe. I gotta stop this so that he can catch his breath. All right, so we'll take care. Bye-bye.